everybody. Well, we knew it was going to be a chaotic day today, didn't we? We saw that one in the forecast. So, guys, if you are just joining us, we are getting ready for the Kohberger hearing. And in the meantime, in Karen Reed, the parties have been summoned back to court. So, we got about 15 minutes before things are going to start happening. Worlds are going to start colliding. One of the issues with Kohberger has always been that it's a little challenging. They don't keep the feeds live after they end. They don't keep them archived. So, like, if you don't watch it at the time, it can be a little bit tricky to go back and watch after the fact. However, we have things going on with Karen Reed, and that has consumed our lives for the last, hopefully, just a couple months. Could be a couple years. Worst case scenario. So that's kind of a priority, and we gotta have the flexibility to check that stuff out. So, I saw we got the new verdict slip. We got the amended verdict slip. We got to see that. Did you guys get to see that? I'm kind of I'm a little disorganized right now because I decided, sort of impromptu, I should just jump on with Ellie and Bob and Kurt and Ian and Tom Glares over at Defense Diaries. And so I didn't, and then things started to happen, and, lost my mind. And now here I am trying to keep track of everything. But I saw we got the amended verdict slip, and it's kind of a mess, guys. It's kind of a mess. We heard her read it out yesterday and explain it to them. And I was like, well, it sounds okay, but you kind of got to see it before you know for sure. And the funniest thing that I found about it, Kurt saw the same thing. I saw him mention this morning over on Defense Diaries. The way that this is written, the wording of it, it's really it's kind of not right. The jury's told, in the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1. Okay, first option you have, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Not guilty of the offense charged, manslaughter, or any lesser included offense. Guys, if you read this literally, if you actually take this word for word and wordsmith it, if you have unanimous agreement that she did not commit involuntary manslaughter, regardless of any other conclusion you reach about this verdict form, that is any not guilty, that would require you to check this box. Check this box, sign it. What it should say, if this is being accurate, is we, the jury, find the defendant is not guilty of the offense charged and every lesser included offense. That's the whole thing. It's supposed to be a not guilty that's all inclusive. You necessarily had to find all of these not guilty in order to find not guilty on count 2. So it's not guilty of this one or anyone. Technically, this verdict form should make it a lot easier for them to just go ahead and acquit her on count 2. And maybe that's what's going on. As we wait, as we sit here, they are starting to show what's going on outside the courthouse. Looks like everybody is quite excited. Things are starting to stir. So yeah, Bev had all that time. She thought about it. She put the effort into it. She worked on that verdict form and still couldn't quite wordsmith it the way it's supposed to be. What a mess. What a mess. The fortunate thing is that if they were to accidentally acquit her, accidentally check the not guilty box, they didn't really mean to, They'd only really agreed that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but everything else, you know, was still murky, still possible. It's an unlikely state of affairs, but guys, you never know, because you have no idea what the jury is doing, no idea what the foreperson is doing. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole over the past few hours. I was looking at some cases that deal with jury ambiguity. And the reason why I was looking at this is because it's such a common question that has come up. What if I just wrote in? What if we just wrote in on the verdict form? What if we like wrote in not guilty on all of the lessers? What if we did that? And I said before that, you know, you can. The jury has the power to do a lot of things, but what does that actually mean? If you do that, it creates a really big mess. It opens up a real nightmare of a situation where then you're left with ambiguity about what the intention is. What's the intention? So let's say they found her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but they did intend to find her guilty of OUI. So they check the not guilty box on the top and then go down and check the guilty of OUI. What would happen? What would happen if the jury diligently trying to fill out this form accidentally did that? Or, you know, did that because that's technically, in this case, what the form is actually telling them to do. Did they convict her or did they acquit her? It's not clear. It's not clear. It's ambiguous. And so what happens when you end up in a ambiguous verdict type of situation? Oh, you just give it to the judge to decide, here's what I think they meant. The judge, guys, all roads lead back to Bev. She would get to decide what it means. And so it's the same situation. If you go in and you write in things on the verdict form, you say things on the verdict form, it's going to go to Judge Bev and she's going to be like, huh, okay, here's what this means. So that's a mess. That's a door. That's a door we don't want to open. It's a door we don't want to open. The reason why I mentioned this, I started thinking about it just now as I was talking about, you don't know what people are thinking. You don't know what they're focusing on. You don't know how much control the foreman has over the process. And part of the reason I was thinking about that was some of these cases where you're dealing with jury ambiguity, and how are you allowed to resolve that and things like that. And these cases involve like rogue forepeople, very common. The rogue foreman who like goes into court. So they'll negotiate some kind of a resolution. I found this case. Let me see if I can find it real fast. It was a Massachusetts case. There's been a couple fun ones to watch, to go through and read. There's this one from Massachusetts, Commonwealth versus D. Benedetto. And I remember this one because this came up during the double jeopardy cases. But this is one where the foreperson tells the court, we have a verdict. It's a unanimous verdict. They bring it in. They take the verdict. They poll the jury. Every jury says yes. That's what our verdict is. But then a jury comes and tells the judge in there, like, oh, they're going.
I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict.
Oh, no.
So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it. And to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
Oh, God, it's a mess. So a partial verdict, it seems.
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record.
So you're not accepting it.
To be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
So they gave this to you. They gave this to you when they said they had a verdict. And then they said they have no verdict.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Well, I have to say, I can't say that we've spoken to anybody who would have predicted.
Okay. Well, so that's our Karen Reed hearing. They have a verdict, and they apparently provided a signed verdict slip, but then said they have no verdict. And she has decided that means they have no verdict because she has not accepted and recorded the verdict. So the slip. Nobody's going to ask if we're going to request a partial verdict. Nobody's going to go, "Hey judge, rule 27. Rule 27, it might be time." Might be time right about now to go ahead and start having that conversation. That's bizarre, guys. That's honestly, that's kind of bizarre. Surely we would ask. We would ask for a partial verdict at this point. I'm not even sure what to think of that right now. They have a verdict, but only one slip. Only one slip. So only one charge. Messy. You see this double standard? You see this double standard with how the law works. It's not final. It's not a verdict till we say it's a verdict. Even if you sign it off, hand it to them. They still have ways, guys. They still have ways. You're like, not, but you know what? But it's not a verdict. You know what? Because I say so. I said it's not a verdict. Is that crazy or what? Well, that doesn't bode well for partial resolution, it seems like. Because if they've reached the point where they're, backpedaling on this type of issue, then it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be hard to maybe get agreement on anything. Hard to horse trade. Maybe everybody knows at this point, nobody really thinks she's not guilty or thinks that she's guilty of, say, murder, but nobody is going to vote that way as a final matter, as a matter of, horse trading. If things start to get unpleasant, antagonistic, good faith breaks down, I think stuff like that can happen. Stuff that you thought maybe you could take for granted. I think we could take for granted that everybody is going to proceed in good faith, be willing to compromise, be willing to reconsider their positions, be open, be okay with disagreement and work to get through it. But just it might be ambitious. Might be ambitious to expect 12 human primates back there in a jury room to do that type of thing logically and not emotionally. And as soon as you get emotionally, then makes me wonder if it might be hard. Sure hope not. But it doesn't bode well if they can't even agree on whether they have a verdict, even a partial verdict. So what happens if they come back now and they tell the judge, no, we do have a verdict, that one we gave you? It's a mess. It's a mess. Very unfortunate. I was trying to start telling you about this case before court got going and we had to rush over. But the reason why it crossed my mind in the first place, it was the activist foreperson. So there's several of these cases that I read from Massachusetts. This one where they vote to convict, and then they do the poll, everybody agrees, and then they are talking to the judge after the fact back in the jury room. And one of the jurors tells the judge, oh, but we weren't actually unanimous. There was 2 of us that didn't agree with the conviction. And the judge is like, well, what do you mean? So then the judge ends up pulling jurors into the courtroom and everybody confirms. Juror says, repeats it under oath. 2 of us, we didn't agree with the conviction. We all thought that it was just a majority requirement. We didn't think we had to be unanimous. The foreperson gets called in, says, yeah, we just all thought it was majority. We didn't pay attention to that word, unanimous. And anyway, the judge, the issue in that case was that the trial judge ended up throwing out the verdict and saying it wasn't unanimous. The person, the verdict can't stand, and it went up on appeal. And the Supreme Court said, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to take what those jurors said about what happened in the deliberation room and then use that to undo the verdict. This came up in the whole, this was an issue when Karen was litigating the double jeopardy issue in her case as well. Same type of issue. Jury can come and tell you about all kinds of shenanigans, misunderstandings, stuff that went on in the jury room. And it won't matter, guys. It won't matter. They'll say, can't undo the verdict. It was taken. It was recorded in court. That's it. That's the formality. Once that's done, you don't get to come back and criticize it or complain about it. So think about the position that the jurors are in right now, because they probably don't know that. They might be sitting there thinking, hey, we'll just do what we need to do to get some kind of consensus done, and then we can come back and explain it later. No, there's no explaining later. No explaining later in the land of jury verdicts. Once the judge has decided that your verdict is final, that is going to, by and large, be the end of it. So puts the jurors in the position of, a lot of stuff can happen in the jury room. Okay. They have, there's a reason they have laws about, well, you can't physically beat somebody up in the jury room to force them to vote for you. That would be coercive. You can't do that. But there's a reason why you need law that says that, right? Because it happened. because it happened. It maybe happened more than once. Maybe isn't even all that uncommon. Who knows? But courts recognize there can be all kinds of pressure put on people to reach a verdict, make a decision, whatever. Horse trading, just agree to this, we'll agree to that. And kind of the bow tying all of it up is that just at some point, everybody wants to go home. Everybody wants to be done. But they're not going to ask too many questions about that process. They're not going to ask too many questions about what happened in the jury room. Well, you can't beat them up. But you can do an awful lot short of that. And then what happens? The court has this expectation that, well, if you don't actually buy in, then when the verdict is read in, you have a chance to speak up and report what's going on. You don't agree with it. You've been coerced. You can speak up at that point in open court, in front of everybody. So basically, the standard is if they coerce you well enough so that you're like, I'm sitting tight, I just want done, I just want out of here. Coerce you well enough so that you buy in and you don't say anything while you're sitting in that chair and the judge is doing the polling or the confirming, whatever they want to call it. Then you're done. You got a verdict. And you're not going to be able to, unlikely going to be able to overturn that by going in and talking about how they twisted your arm in the deliberation room or how they lied to you or how this happened or that other thing happened. So, well, I gotta, what even do you put up for a banner right now? Karen Reed, we've got, guess we're still just waiting for a verdict. And Kohberger, we're just waiting for the court to go live. That's what's going on, guys. This is where we're at on this day of a little bit of chaos. A little bit of chaos. A verdict, but no verdict. I don't like that. I don't like that change of position. I don't like it. It just doesn't bode well for partial agreements to hold. Don't know. Of course, we don't know. No idea what's going to happen, but kind of messy. That was the Di Benedetto case I mentioned. This other one. Oh, this one I read. I should share this one. Commonwealth versus Zacharias. This one was called. So this, I'll read some of this to you guys. Let me maybe just go ahead and pull it up. Guess we're waiting for Kohberger anyway. Nothing going on in the courtroom. Okay. I don't know, by the way, guys, if they were going to do the sealed part of the hearing first and then open up the courtroom and have the motion to continue, which seems very, very possible. So verdict is in. Oh boy. So now we're back on a verdict. Oh boy. Well, let's be ready to take a look at that. Oops. Where are we? Okay, this is just them. Oh God, and now Kohberger's going live. Oh. Okay, guys. Give me a minute here because I'm just a little bit all over the place. I know nobody's got mental space for Kohberger right now, but hey, we're just waiting for them to come back in and Karen read. So why not just take our minds off it? And
All right, this is
we're watching.
CR 0124
When it's ready, we'll go over.
665 State v. Kohberger. On behalf of the state, we have Mr.
It'll be
Thompson
nice for
and
some of
Mr.
you guys to
Horwick.
see what a professionally
And on
run
behalf
courtroom
of,
looks like.
I should note the defendant is present with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, and Ms. Barlow. This is the time set for, or at least the public portion of today's hearing is set for the motion to continue the trial filed by the defense. So we'll start with that.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honor, our motion to continue has been filed and is necessary to protect Bryan Kohberger's rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Specifically, a continuance is necessary to protect his due process rights, his rights to a fair trial, his rights to effective assistance of counsel, rights to confrontation, Mr. Kohberger's right to present a full defense, and if it should come to it, a fair sentencing hearing and to be free of cruel and unusual punishment. The record of this case spans 2.5 years, and it shows that this request does not come as a surprise. Looking through the history of this case shows that the defense has met challenges and difficulties along the way, but has been dedicated in meeting all of the deadlines. We have talked about the discovery issues in this courtroom before, and that in large part brings us to need a continuance. 68 terabytes of information is a huge amount of information. There have been 23 requests for additional discovery over the span of 2.5 years and 7 motions to compel. When I say that this doesn't come as a surprise, that this comes from the record, I would direct the court to look back to May of 2023 and June of 2023, and our second motion to compel. Included in that was what was known as Exhibit A from the defense, and that depicted how we were receiving discovery. So this is not a new issue. This is something that's been coming up for a long time. We were receiving discovery, but it was such that you would get a file that would say hundreds of photographs, hundreds of pages of reports, each having to be looked at individually to know what was there and then organized. This case has also faced unique issues, starting with the media coverage of this high-profile case, non-dissemination orders that were addressed in courts, and then the grand jury materials that we had to fight to get access to before we could properly challenge the grand jury indictment. We faced issues with discovery, particularly with the IGG materials. We spent a great deal of time trying to get access to those materials. Those were ultimately what we could get, was ultimately presented in a motion to suppress, and that's preserved should there be a conviction in this case. We faced venue issues in this case, culminating in the change of venue and bringing us to Ada County. At the first hearing in this courtroom, we discussed the discovery issues and not having read everything and being ready with a full investigation in this case. That was apparent through our motions to strike the death penalty, our motions to compel expert disclosures filed in September and December of 2024, and requests for more time to file our motions in limine that was granted in January of 2025. Throughout the course of the motions in limine and then a motion to strike death based on discovery issues in February and March of this year, the record is replete with notice that we are not prepared to go to trial in this case. The discovery is vast and we have not had a chance to review it all. That we met deadlines for experts shows our dedication to comply with court orders. It does not depict effective counsel ready to go to trial on this case. We would submit that it's the court's responsibility to assess this motion to continue with heightened due process that's required in death penalty cases. The death penalty case is different. That comes from Ford versus Wainwright at 477 U.S. 399 at 411. The court must be sensitive to safeguard every avenue of due process. The Idaho Supreme Court said the qualitative difference between death and other penalties calls for a greater degree of reliability when death is imposed. And that comes from State versus Creech, 105 Idaho 362 at 383. Looking at all of the constitutional rights Mr. Kohberger has, effective assistance of counsel really becomes the crux of how all of these other rights are covered for Mr. Kohberger. And effective assistance of counsel applies both to the merits phase and the penalty phase of a death penalty case. The courts are guided and counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines on capital cases. Wiggins versus Smith, 539 U.S. 510 at 524, said the ABA guidelines are guides to determine what is reasonable. And that's talking about reasonable performance by defense counsel in a capital case. The Ninth Circuit in Andrews versus Davis at 944 F3D 1092 at 1109 said relies on the ABA guidelines as the proper measure to test an attorney's.
All right, I'm going to see because this just is not really working. Nobody can listen to this. We're getting all these reports. They are confirming there is a verdict, and there's a lot of video activity stuff going on outside the courtroom, or the courthouse. Crowds are gathering and such. Nobody, I think, can listen to Bryan Kohberger's right to continue. So what I'm going to do is just cross my fingers that by pausing that live stream, it will continue to stay live. I'll be able to watch it sometime when we're done here. But at the end of the day, I think people are most concerned about right now is what's going on in Dedham. I'm going to take credit, guys. I'm going to take full credit because I went on Twitter and I said, hey, it's been a quiet morning in Dedham. And, I've spent almost 20 years working with courts, public safety folks, law enforcement professionals, etc. I know what happens when you say the Q word. I know what happens, guys. Things go wild. But hey, we got a verdict, not verdict, and then a verdict. So you're welcome. All it took this whole time, apparently. Just notice that things are a little bit quiet. What does that mean? Verdict? No verdict? Yes, verdict. Somebody had to be strong-armed. Is that what that means? Did somebody have to be strong-armed? They had to be placated. They had to be re-persuaded. They had to be bribed. They had to be what? But somebody got back on board with verdicts, apparently. What's going to happen with that sheet that was sealed? Are they going to have to tell her? She asked them, where's your verdict for? They're going to have to be like, oh, we gave it to you. We gave it to you. Don't know why you went ahead and just stuck it in that envelope like you're just going to ignore it. Yeah, she might. He might just ignore it if you weren't going to push the issue. Get whoever that was in line. Confirm. Yes, indeed. There is a verdict. So there are a lot of people down there right now. I'm not watching the stream, because of copyright and all that. They're all outside the courthouse. But there's a lot of people down there, guys. Hundreds, many hundreds. It's just always kind of amazing to see a case get attention like this. It's just such a rare thing. Such a rare thing. Well, pardon me while I do a little trying to sort out sort out the chaos we have going on here with all kinds of different things going on and all that kind of thing. I'm going to go ahead and I think I'll just try to let people know, hey, we're talking about Karen Reed now. Went ahead and gave up on Mr. Kohberger. I have officially changed the stream to a Karen Reed stream. Hopefully. Well, we'll see. Not in a big hurry to get us into court, but you know. What can we focus on right now, guys? This is just one of those moments, nothing else we can really focus on. You want me to, I mean, I can't even show you the fan. Is there a is there a place that has the ceiling fan? Not sure. Not that I see. We're generally positive, right? We're generally positive on a verdict, the idea of a verdict. It's generally a good thing. Not anticipating. Went through a lot of hassle arguing about OUI just to come back and convict on second-degree murder. Seems pretty unlikely, doesn't it? You never know. Of course, you never know. Let's see if I can find a fan somewhere. It looks like, here we go. Court TV has the fan, so we can go ahead and put it on. We'll have some comfort there, knowing that it's there. It's there, guys. You won't miss it. Well, you know, sometimes the days just don't go like you think they will, and sometimes you know exactly how it's going to go, but you're like, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe there would have been a perfect harmony between the timing of activity with the jury and the Kohberger hearing. I knew that wasn't going to happen. What we needed was a Kohberger hearing in the morning. That was always going to be a good bet. Kohberger hearing in the morning while the jury has come back after having gotten those not very helpful answers. And they would get to work. You could watch Kohberger. They'd come back. We'd watch Karen Reed. We'd have our verdict. But now, I guess at this point, the only thing really to be of concern about in Mr. Kohberger's cases is the outcome. For anybody who still actually even cares about that case at the moment, it's essentially the defense arguing we're not prepared, and there has been a slew of recent pretrial publicity that is highly prejudicial. State is saying, but you haven't told us what you weren't able to do. You haven't given us specifics about why you're unprepared. And the press is going to be bad no matter what. Kick the can down the road because it doesn't really matter. But all that really matters at this point is just the outcome. Done a lot of work in preparation for getting that jury sworn starting at the end of July. And it's a little bit of an 11th hour request to kick it down the road. But we will see. I know nobody cares about Kohberger, guys. I know nobody cares about Kohberger, but we're talking. There's just a fan going on. What do you want to say about the fan? It is a massive crowd there in Dedham. It's very impressive to see. Rick. Rick, we want speculation. Yeah, speculation is where it's at. Could be anything, folks. Could be that the jury is prepared to launch this courthouse right up into outer space. Do we as engineers know that that's not possible? Speculative of me. Suggests that that's not going to happen. The problem with Kohberger, for those of you that do still have the tiniest bit of attention for that right now, is that we don't get to hear the good stuff anyway. You know, we're still back in the trap of like every 4 out of 5 filings is sealed, so we don't get to know the details. The closed part of the hearing today is the interesting part, where they're talking about the alternative perpetrator stuff, but we are not going to get to hear about that. I see the tiniest little shutter in the camera and I'm like, like a faint. It's gonna gonna draw me out, get me eating the jab. Wait, did it move? Can I explain how a special prosecutor is picked? There's not necessarily a fixed method. A state might have a method that's laid out like by statute, but not necessarily. It can just depend on what the context is and also who's doing the picking. So sometimes when a special prosecutor is being appointed, it's because of like there's a conflict of interest issue. This is sort of what happened in Karen Reed, but not really. They didn't have to have a special prosecutor, but he just decided he wanted one. So what did he do? Michael Morrissey, he himself is conflicted out. Apparently doesn't want someone in his office to run the trial. So don't know the exact process, but it looks like one where he solicited interest and he got some candidates and he picked somebody. And that's not particularly unheard of. And it'd be pretty normal for most appointments. They put out, one more or less an RFQ and see if they can find somebody that's interested in doing it. Sometimes it's not even that official with something like an RFQ. RFQ is usually like an official state contracting kind of process. There might be rules about it and how much notice you have to give and how far do you have to publicize it and all kinds of rules and restrictions on things like that. Sometimes special prosecutors are as simple as I know a guy who knows a guy, and so I'll just ask him if he'll do this investigation. If you want, okay, sounds good. Sometimes it may be that informal. So I think a lot of that is just going to depend on the particular state and the particular appointment that's going on. Okay, everyone just entered the courtroom, I hear folks are saying. We're getting some shuddering in the camera. Scott, stoked that I'm off today. I've been here every day with you, either live or watching the replay. Thanks for covering, and I'm glad I get to see it through to the end with you. Well, I'm glad too. I'm glad too. I hate to, I don't want to get out in front of my skis, but let's hope this is in fact the end. Verdict does sound very promising, and it's been pitched in such a way it sounds like it might even be a verdict that she'll accept.
You are unmuted.
Glad that we all get to take this in together. She going to be your happy, bubbly self with the jury?
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remain standing? All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, has the verdict slip been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say
Not
you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar?
Wait, what?
Leaving the scene after accident resulting in death, is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back to service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise.
It was a little awkward how they got through that. But that's our bottom line now. Not guilty. Guilty of OUI. Not guilty. Officially the most expensive OUI prosecution likely in Massachusetts history. And it is over. It's over. It's done, guys. It's done.
Please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not
yet.
Tony,
Hold
not yet.
on, everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We can. We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Okay.
Perhaps we can approach sidebar, please.
Okay.
Hank wants to just get it done. He's done. He already knows he lost and got his ass handed to him. And the longer that folks have to sit and think about how badly he messed up, the angrier they're going to get about it. More phone calls he's going to have to take. He's ready to just close that file and call it a day.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's
Gonna do
recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to sentencing. We recommend a probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it.
Thank you.
All right,
Happy
thank you
to
all.
do it.
1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. That was it. That was it. Same as everybody else. I'm happy to do it. I don't think you're happy to do it, but you will. Way to be really unbothered. Oh, it's nice to see them getting their props and just their relief being done. How definitive was this verdict on there was no collision? They say that was what we might call a shellacking by the defense. That was a pretty clear and unequivocal there was no collision. Just a little bit of drunk driving. So I think that's they got their answers yesterday. They came back today. They played a little bit of game of chicken, and eventually the OUI folks said, fine, we'll just go ahead and convict her of that. So it will be done. We're not going to hang this entire thing and not know what the consequences of that would be over an operating under the influence. I see folks recommending some other channels. Let's see if I can find another one. Lot going on outside. Folks coming out of the courthouse. So this kind of thing going on over here. Oops, wait, hang on, guys. Sorry. I'm going to mute their commentary. Same old reason. But yeah, man, big crowd. You heard that cheer go up. We heard that cheer go up as soon as she was found not guilty. So how do we feel, guys? It's nice when things work out the way that you really want them to sometimes. Wait, what just went on? Back to where I got too many tabs going on. Hang on, guys. Sorry, I have no idea. Okay, that's Court TV making all that noise. Just a little chaos today is all. Just a little chaos. So, just being a boomer over here, not knowing where I got a billion tabs. All right. There is NBC Boston back up, watching the crowd. So treated her just like anybody else getting an OUI. What does that mean? A year probation in the 24D program? Well, here's what it is, guys. I think. No, wait. This is a first offender. Okay. So this provides an alternative legal disposition for certain individuals charged with OUI. It's aimed primarily at first offenders and some second offenders who meet specific eligibility criteria. Individuals must attend and complete a Department of Public Health Bureau of Substance Addiction Services approved Massachusetts impaired driving program. That's pretty normal. You have to go through and do an intake, get an individualized plan, attend a 16-week session, 2 hours a week. And then you do a victim awareness panel. That is very common. Victim impact panel. It's like this program where people who have been affected, lost somebody to DUI or something like that, talks about how their life has been affected by driving under the influence. Community-based self-help, at least 4 hours of. So she's got to go to group. Then you get once you do everything, you get your certificate of completion. The total cost of the program, guys, $1,342.56. Quite specific. They have to pay it unless indigent. So she's not going to be indigent. She will pay it. So that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like she gets. Year probation, which is typically just good behavior. You know, don't get in any new trouble. Don't get convictions for new crimes. And go do your education system. Go do your program. Get through your classes. Really, it's a test of just compliance, willingness to show up and get things done. So unlikely to be an issue. Not hopefully, guys, will be that. That will be the end of it. There's Turtle Boy. It's funny how the media hates him so much, but they sure know who he is when the cameras are out, don't they? Question here, does she have to live in that area now for the year because of the probation? I don't know for sure, but I doubt it. Usually this type of probation is just it's just good behavior probation and making sure that you comply with the conditions of this program. If you don't do that, then it can be terminated and you end up getting jail time. But I don't know that specifically. Let's see if I can find out some more information. Well, what the AI tells me, it's this does a continued without a finding disposition. So basically, it just means if you do everything and comply with the conditions, looks like maybe you get no conviction. Looks like you probably get no conviction. License suspension gets reduced to 45 to 90 days. These are just some of the things I'm seeing there. So the 24D sounds like, yeah, she complies with everything that she's required to. She won't have a conviction at the end of it. So there's nothing that says, that I've seen specifically, that says she has to remain in the state. here's how it comes up. This would come up all the time back when I did a lot of DUI work. The problem is that the classes and everything that she's required to do are going to be based in Massachusetts. Now, there might be a lot more online options now to be able to do that. Not sure. If so, you could do that remotely and do it from anywhere. But if not, then you're kind of stuck in the situation where you got to be where the class is, or you're not going to be able to take the class. They're not going to do a Massachusetts class down in Florida if you're going to move down there. So if there's a way to do it online, then yeah, you can move and comply. But if there's not, then just as a practical matter, you're going to be stuck there until you can get the Massachusetts, certified class done. So, oh, it's good to watch, guys. Good to watch. Well, hey, you folks have already had a lot to say. Let's see what's been going on with y'all. All Massachusetts laws are backwards. This is why, no joke, Massachusetts is the only state I don't do business in. Even business laws out of whack compared to 49. Interesting to know. It was really, of course, everybody that's been to law school is aware that federalism is a thing. Different states have different ways of doing things. They kind of wave Louisiana at you as like this, bizarre mystery state that just does things in this bizarre foreign way. But the reality is that that's very context dependent. It depends on what are you talking about and what's the norm and stuff like that. But I have to say, I hadn't really crossed my mind that Massachusetts would be strange and different. I think the only hint of a suspicion I had was that I remember from Depp versus Heard, that was in Virginia. Virginia had this old common law tradition. Remember how weird some of the stuff was in Virginia, because they use the old archaic names and everything, the plea and bar, the demur, all that stuff. We're having to figure out these processes when they're like, well, but it's common law. So no, there's no rule on it. It's based on a case from 1643 that, of course, all of us here practicing in Virginia know about. It got a little weird. So I did have a little suspicion that Massachusetts might be kind of like that too, just being an old former colony, original colony. It's had a longer existence, certainly, than, for example, Washington has. But yeah, some of this stuff, guys, some of this stuff is weird. Some of it I can't blame on Massachusetts. A lot of this jury stuff and verdict stuff, I can't blame that on Massachusetts. There's plenty of room for the US Supreme Court. Take their blame too when it comes to double jeopardy and jury unanimity and all these other types of things. They don't necessarily bend over backwards to make it hard to convict. But that is an interesting perspective. That's one way to tell how you feel about a place. Are you even willing to do business there? There's a reason why I didn't want to live in California anymore. Bird, have you ever seen a verdict that's not a verdict? Wow, thanks for all your insightful coverage. What a mess. That was a mess. I've never seen a verdict, no verdict. Wouldn't surprise me if it's not the first time it's ever happened. But verdict, no verdict. Can't say I've seen that in my personal experience. Yeah. Squan Leader Smith. Schrodinger's verdict. It is Schrodinger's verdict. We don't. It's just a mystery there in that envelope. So did they get that back? Did they open that envelope? Was it a different envelope? I did get confused about that. But yeah, Marie V. Sains had the same idea as the Schrodinger verdict. It was indeed. Jack Spears, ignoring this incompetent judge, in my opinion, what is the context of your background? I love whales. These are piranha whales. These are art. That was my fabulous friend Heidi Elkington. Go check her out on Instagram. She does absolutely amazing art. Super talented girl. And I just like them, man. The piranha whales. It's a feeling of being surrounded by something that's, not necessarily intelligent, not necessarily like even wanting to hurt you or anything, but it's just a lethal force out there looking to swallow you. I don't know. I find comfort in that kind of thing. Just the acknowledgement that, yeah, that does sort of fit this legal system we operate in, doesn't it? Sometimes it's hostile, but not necessarily. Sometimes it's just doing what it is made to do, and what it is made to do is to rip and shred the flesh from the bones of the accused. So that's the story of the piranha whales. James Briley, 227 verdict has been deleted. They did, right? Nobody will know. Nobody will know if we just put it in this envelope and put sealed on it. Nobody will ever know. Don't ever check the data, what that means. Dennis Jensen, is cell tower data stronger than originally seen? I think this is about the Kohberger. It really doesn't look that way. It's just one more. We're not going to know definitively what they have or what they don't have until they get to trial. It appears that we still don't have cell tower data for the critical time frame. Phone was off. The phone was off. There's not going to be any kind of tower connections, no type of GPS data, nothing like that. And that does seem to be what the major limitation is. As far as what else they have, we're going to have to wait and see. They've obviously done, or at least tried to do, more work to get more specific, more of the triangulation, the call detail record mining kinds of things. But just going by what the allegations were in the probable cause affidavit, that was very, very thin. It really sounded like it was just talking about coverage, tower coverage mapping, and like, well, he could be here or he could be here based on the zones of the towers. So as kind of with everything in Kohberger, it's we're going to have to wait and see at trial, because there's too much that we don't know, a lot that has happened in the last couple of years while we've been waiting for this one to go forward. Ty, amazing how many in the chat claim to know the verdict despite the court not being told the verdict yet. Well, it probably wasn't too hard to guess. I think we had a pretty good prediction. James Green, man, we almost had a verdict at 227. We were that close. We really were that close. Oh, was that on purpose? You got to wonder. We've got our mental note on the jury. That's when our holdout. Fine, if we can't have it done by 227, then we'll just go ahead and convict her of OUI. Very close. Very close. Boston's Finest, been listening to you since the beginning of trial 1. Thank you for helping a tummy like me understand court. Well, thanks for being here with us, Boston's Finest. Really appreciated having you here, having everybody here to take it in. We've watched a lot of trials on this channel where you don't get the outcome that you think is the right one. So it is good from time to time to see him get what I think there is at least a general public consensus that this is the right decision. They got it right, guys. They got it right. So I'm glad we all get to enjoy that together. Palmyra Media. I have three interns here. If there is any questions, they might be a help. Well, looks like at this point, no more jury questions. Cyrus, I was watching elsewhere, but my loyalty lies with you for the verdict. I have been watching your coverage of Karen Reed since the first trial. Well, that's a really nice thing to say. I don't. Guys, everybody is going to want to watch the verdict today. Okay. Everybody is going to be on. Everybody is going to be streaming. Everybody's going to be celebrating. And so take it all in. Go share it with everybody. It's the beauty of seeing justice done. We all get to share it. Hannah A., the injustice in how this investigation and case has been handled is the reason I'm so invested in a not guilty verdict. Karen could be any of us. Wonder if that's part of the jury's thought process. I really do. Gotta wonder if that's part of the thought process. Andrew Maggard, I watch trial with you. I watch verdict with you. Well, thank you for that. Thanks for being here with us. It was very enjoyable. I enjoyed hearing that read. I did. I just couldn't help. I couldn't help but notice. I was waiting for shenanigans in the reading. And she couldn't let the clerk just do his job either. He knows how he's supposed to ask the foreperson and clarify and so forth. But they say he asked him on count 2, not guilty. And she says of specific. And then they go specifically number 5. No, that's guilty. Unhung hero has long till they read the verdict. It's read. It is in the books. It's final. It's complete. Double jeopardy is attached, guys. It's done. It's done. Leander, regardless of what the verdict might be, thank you so much for your 10+ hour streams, your invaluable insight, and your mama jokes. Well, it's been fun. It's been a fun one. It's been a long road. And I know I'm not the only one who's probably gonna feel a little bit of like like we can relax now. I'm not the most wound up person anyway. I get real keyed up, real anxious. But that's just me. And I know a lot of people really, really concerned about what was going to happen in this court. So I know there's a lot of people. This has just been a massive release of energy. I'll bet there's some amazing takes online. I'll bet there are some really amazing takes online about all this right now. See if there's anything quick worth saying, but oh yeah, I saw there's clips going around now. David Yannetti was wiping tears. I did see that. Let me mute it and I'll share it. Can you guys see that? Oops, I kind of messed this up. I'm not very good at doing this sharing thing. Okay. Oops. God, Boomer, I'm the worst. I'm sorry. I can't can't get the internet to work for me, guys. I can't make the internet work. Okay, let me try one more time. Here it is. Let's make it big. Let's go ahead and mute it because there's not really any sound. And now let's go ahead and share it. Here it is. There it is, guys. David Yannetti wiping his eyes. How they feel. I mean, look at it. It's just massive release. Massive release. So, all I had to do was wake up early, guys, and watch TV and talk about it. This was nothing, but for these guys, I mean, just imagine what they're going through right now. Imagine those feelings, just so happy to finally be done and so happy that they got it right and that we don't have to mess with any of that again. Law and Order. We may have reached the end, chat. Thanks, Andrea, for all the entertainment and knowledge. #justice for Randy. Yep, we have officially reached the end of Karen Read, guys. Not even a sentencing to come back to. Just went ahead and took care of it. Recommend the same thing all the first-time offenders get. I was like, I'm happy to do that. And you protest a little too hard, Bev. We know you didn't want to do that, but you're going to. We know you're going to. Same disposition everybody gets for a first-time offense. So, we are at the end, guys. We're at the end. It's good. It's good. It's good. We get to close this one. Never have to think of it again. Jackie Benigno, been watching with you since day one. Thank you for coming back on for the verdict. My stomach is in knots and I can't breathe. Here we go. Yep. It is. That's like the most tense moment ever, is when you know they have the verdict. Unhung hero, multiple million dollar DUI trial. That's what it ended up being, right? Special prosecutor to get a DUI conviction. Shameful. You know, I say it's over and it's done and we can close the book on it, but boy, what about the downstream consequences? This trial is done. This system, boy, is not. See, and that's the thing. That's why Karen Reed, it's over for her, but it's going on elsewhere. Other courtrooms all over the country. Same system, same game being played. Same process playing out. So there's always going to be another one that we can focus on. The squid, great moment to wake up to. Your timing is impeccable. Very well done. Michael Antal, I'm not crying, you're crying. Everybody cried. Everybody cried. I didn't cry. I didn't cry. It's okay. I don't cry much. I don't know. Ed2276. I cry at weddings. I'll do the cry at wedding things, but didn't cry for the verdict. Up yours, Bev. Up yours, Hank. Up yours, McAlberts. Up yours, Proctor. Up yours. There was no freaking collision. There was no collision. None. She didn't hit him. She was drunk, but she didn't hit him. Yeah, she was drunk, but she didn't hit him. Now does she appeal the OUI on the unanimity issue? Does she? No, she probably doesn't. She probably doesn't. They didn't specifically request that. Hank did. Hank wanted them to limit it to 1245. The unanimity issue would be, Your Honors, we don't know. We don't know whether the jury unanimously agreed she drove drunk at 12:45 or at 5 o'clock in the morning. We don't know what they found that constitutes guilt because the prosecutor asked to limit the jury's consideration to just the 12:45 time frame, and the court refused. So we don't know that we have a unanimous jury verdict about when exactly she drove drunk. What exactly was she charged with anyway? Saw some good points made, some good arguments earlier that it would be logical because the DUI is the lesser included offense of the manslaughter, that it would need to be that time frame, because we're talking about what gets necessarily charged when you accuse somebody of hitting a man with your car and then leaving him to die while under the influence of alcohol. You just start taking away the more serious elements. And that's how you go down the list of the lesser included. You just like take away an element, make this element a little bit less serious, and you go down the list until you end up with the OUI. But if we're arising all out of that single time frame, seems like it should be limited to 12:45, because there's no way that driving drunk at 5 in the morning caused any sort of outcome to John O'Keefe, other than being found. No allegation she hit him or otherwise did anything at 5:07 that, would be homicide at all. So it's a decent argument. I think makes sense from a factual standpoint. It would be funny to see if she did that, but no, I suspect she's probably perfectly willing to be done. A cool breeze. Love you, Andrea and Jeff. Oh, that's too sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Law and Order. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go, chat. Praise. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. See a good verdict. Jess Catlisi, this is right. This is finally justice for Karen. I only wish John could get justice, but I doubt charges will be brought against the right party. Any public statement? Any public statements? I'm going to be keeping an eye out. Anybody? Mr. Morrissey, you got anything to say? at this point? Got any comment? Not seeing anything so far. Yeah, I'm interested in the official response. I'm interested. Had plenty to say before the jury came back with a verdict. And what about now? Well, we know they'll give a nod to we respect the jury's verdict. But oh yeah, I'm interested to see the public statement. It's a shame, but yeah, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? Because Karen's case is over. Oh, here she is, guys. Let me see if I can show that. There she is. Coming out of the courtroom, all of them. Wearing that periwinkle blue. It was a great day for periwinkle blue. They're all wearing a little bit of blue, it looks like.
This case,
We'll see
convicted
what she
only of
has
a
to
lesser
say.
included charge of operating a vehicle under the influence. This court has waited a long time to hear from her. Let's listen in as well.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
Yeah, well, here's where we just were, right?
No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean, the case is larger for someone else. What did you say? I'm going to leave it to Karen and her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter, Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody.
Don't forget Marty Weinberg. Don't forget Marty Weinberg, too.
All of the content providers who helped spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
The investigation. Let's do this.
Look at David Yannetti. Yes. Oh, winning feels good, doesn't it? Winning feels great.
I don't know who looked happier.
I like seeing him
David
stunt a little
Yannetti
bit.
pumping his fists in the air, or Mr.
All right, so that's the courthouse exit. Oh, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. Nobody fought harder for John O'Keefe, justice for John O'Keefe, than she did, and that's a real darn shame, isn't it? David Lyons, now time for the feds to reopen their case. We'll see about that, won't we? Yeah, we'll see about that. James Cassatelli, for the love of God, Andrea, just block any news from Norfolk County so that we never have to see this judge again. That is the nice thing about the high-profile trials, is that you rarely get a repeat with the judge. I mean, I'm sure there are some courts where things are busy enough and there's enough going on that you might get some repeat. But by and large, you get a bad judge. It's okay. The trial is over. You can put him out of your mind. But I feel like, this is only going to sharpen the focus on Norfolk County, because, guys, this verdict is such an indictment. Such an indictment of this system and this structure.
The public and people are aware of what's happened. I gotta go.
What's your message? What's the takeaway?
William, I was curious after he addressed the larger crowd there
didn't catch
outside
everything
the
that he said.
courthouse. Another thing that Karen Reed said while she was speaking is that
anyway, sorry, I guess I missed most of that. But yeah, guys, I'm afraid this is going to be just going to be sharpening the focus on Norfolk County, because now there's going to be a need for answers. We're going to want to know, how many millions did you spend? How many millions did you spend? How'd you find these guys? Why'd you choose Hank Brennan? How'd Hank Brennan choose Judd Welcher? Tell me about this process, because really doesn't look like a value proposition was had with this particular prosecution, does it? So I'm afraid I'm not necessarily going to go looking for news from Norfolk County, but I just have a strong suspicion we have not heard the last of Norfolk County corruption. Summertime, it's nice when the good guys win. Thanks, jury. It is wonderful. It is wonderful. We like when the jury system works, guys. See, this is why we stay. This is why we stay hooked. This is why we can't quit the jury. Because when the jury gets it right, it really is very, very satisfying. Alan Pigwell, Andrea, thank you so much for doing what you do. It was an honor to share the last 2 months of marathon streams with you. Well, thank you, Alan. It was a marathon. It was, but it was an important case, and I'm glad we got to all see it through to the end. It's just nice to have that closure. Nice to know we are actually done this time. Boy, after trial 1, guys, that was just that was rough. It was rough because it was so similar. We put in all that time, the focus, the energy. And then your hopes get drained away day after day after day. So this has been good for all of us, I think, to have a little mutual support to be able to make it through. The Squid, I can't imagine spending $400K plus on Blue Man Group just to get an OUI conviction. I'm glad that Karen is finally free of this. The judgment has to come into question, doesn't it? They decided to do this. They did this voluntarily. They were so unwilling to see how weak the case was, or they were just so certain of their ability to gaslight the jury into giving them the verdict that they wanted, that they chose to go down this road to do all this, incur all this cost, spend all this time. Now is really when the questions, I think, start to get asked. Hey, there's no longer any litigation, investigation kind of protection for any of this. I don't know who this is, but
I'm 3-4 years older than Karen, and so I've seen my parents aging through this process. My dad's 77, my mom's 75. We wanted this to end in the greatest possible news, and I think we got that today.
Can your family go back to the way it was before, or has this changed you?
I think it's changed you forever. I mean, take a look at this crowd. How can it not? But yeah, hopefully within time. Yeah.
You didn't say anything to the O'Keefe family. They didn't make any comment. Do you have any?
No, just sorry for their loss. We've always felt that way. John was a good man. I knew John,
Please need us to move.
And we cared about him very much.
Please need us. Thank you.
That's very classy. Very classy. Chat bringing us
Nathan Reed, that is
bringing us
Karen
the knowledge.
Reed's
That's his
saying
brother.
That the greatest possible news is what they got today. She was convicted of OUI. That is the.
So I see some chatter that there's a statement from Alberts. No, not seeing anything yet. Anyone's got a link or a clue? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's go ahead and share this, guys. From the McCabe's, Alberts. So the people in the house plus Carrie and Kurt. Today, our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserved better from our justice system. Well, we may have more to say in the future. Today, we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice. So there you have it, guys. That's we kind of already knew that was what the response would be. Jury got it wrong. Jury got it wrong. How could you fall for the conspiracy that John didn't die from a car accident, given the obvious car accident injuries all up and down his arm, guys? How do you not seriously question what you even know or don't know? Yeah, quite a statement, isn't it? Who told them? Who told them to do that? I wonder who thought that would be a good idea to put that statement out. That I gotta wonder about. We'll go back over to the court and see if anybody else gets talked to. But I think everybody is probably moved along. But we'll never know. See if they get some interviews we can listen in on and react to. Steve Uyet with the super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the support. Doxy Mom with the super sticker. Thank you for the support. Thomas, she gets her Lexus back. Yeah, her trash Lexus. They've torn apart. They've taken that vehicle infotainment system and like mashed the hell out of the chips and like soldered some weird foreign SD card onto it that they could pretend to find, just didn't work again, right? When they put it back into her Lexus, did not work as expected. She does indeed get her Lexus back. She, don't know if she posted cash bail or bond. May or may not get some of that back. By and large, acquittal is wonderful, but you don't get your life back. The last 3.5 years, you don't get those back. The damage to you, your life, the life that's in tatters, you don't get that back. And as you can see, there will still be folks out there yelling and screaming, "You did it. The jury got it wrong. Miscarriage of justice." No matter what. That's just the justice you get from our system. Raina, hallelujah and all the angels. Amazing feeling to experience this to the end. Literally in tears of happiness for Karen Reed and the defense team. I know they can't wait to get out of Canton for good. Never see it again. David Yannetti is going to shutter that office. Never mind. Never taking another case in Dedham. Yeah, it is good. And they deserve, they're going to be celebrating and they deserve every minute of it. Lots to learn. So many happy tears. I pray the O'Keefes dismiss their civil suit. Thanks so much, Andrea. I doubt it. The thing is that with civil suits, once you go down that road, it can be hard to start that ball rolling if you have insurance. Insurance companies get involved and then they kind of take charge and sort it out however they're going to sort it out. So it's likely, that's just going to go through whatever machinations it goes through behind the scenes to get some kind of resolution. That would be typical for a civil case. So we will see. Hap, I'm filing that notice to unseal immediately. Thanks for your coverage, AB and background hubs. Yeah, somebody filed a motion to unseal, or the notice to unseal. All the stuff that we didn't get to see because we can't know. We might interfere with the operation of justice. All those considerations, they're gone now because we're done. We're done and it's over. So we should get to see the sidebars. We should get to see, there's still some limits. We don't need to see anybody's social security number. You don't need to see their home phone number. But pretty much everything else. Don't need to see their medical records. Pretty much everything else that's in the court file. Matter of record, yeah, we should be able to see it now. No longer any risk that could taint a prospective jury member. Soy la Violetta. Why didn't the same thing happen with Richard Allen? But yeah, I know. Whole different reaction, huh? Whole different feeling after the fact. Mia Kamilaroy. Sounds like all of Canton needs to go with Karen Reed at 24D. Just go show up for the class, girl. Let me tell you about... No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know. It does, right? They all... Maybe that's why it was easy to convict. At the end of the day. That's why the pendulum would the resolution, the negotiated resolution would swing in that direction. Guys, let's be real. Everyone in Canton's done it. She's done at least that. The Squid. Sounds like her probation is very similar to what I got from traffic court. Remain out of trouble or the charges come back. That is what it sounds like. Yeah, the 24D, they describe it as, I'm seeing like a few different sources once again, but here's one from a lawyer, and it just says it results in a continued without a guilty finding for up to 2 years, but typically 1 year. We saw with Karen, they said it was 1 year. They must attend and complete the 24D program. Driving privileges are suspended for 45 to 90 days, but there is eligibility for a hardship license upon proof of enrollment in the program. Hardship license is usually, I need to be able to go to work, need to be able to take my kids to school, things like that. And so then we already saw the 240. The outcome, you generally avoid jail time. You have a 1 year. 1 year, possibly up to a 1 year license suspension. But it sounds like, yeah, you can get an eligibility. Benefits of a 24D plea agreement: you avoid a guilty finding on your record, you get a shorter license suspension period, and you get structured rehabilitation. So it does sound like it's the kind of a disposition where, oh, Turtle Boy.
Inside of the courtroom. It was a surreal, emotional experience. That's the best way I can describe it. When you've invested so much of yourself in your life in one case for the last 2.5 years, become almost part of it yourself by getting your own charges with it, to finally hear those words, not guilty. I mean, I've been dreaming about this, man. I've been thinking about this for so long. But to finally hear them read out loud in court and see the emotion in Karen Reed's team just leading up to it. There's 20 minutes in there of just intense feelings, like look of terror and scared, and then it was a happy ending. It was the most emotional. It was an emotional roller coaster, is how I would describe it.
As the different charges were read one by one, what were your feelings as the different ones were read aloud?
So when I heard not guilty with murder, I felt good with that, but I was expecting that because the last jury also acquitted her of murder. We knew that the second charge was the contentious one of manslaughter, and when he said not guilty of that, oh man, and I knew, and we all kind of inferred from the questions they asked yesterday that was the one that they were stuck on, particularly count 5. And so when he said not guilty with that, I was just overcome with emotion. And then they said that the DUI charge was a conviction, and it just didn't even matter. It just didn't even care. No one cared because
Nobody cared.
DUI from
Why would
3
you
years
care?
ago when no one was hurt. That's the key thing here, is that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. So if Karen Reed drove drunk and didn't hit him, what does it matter? If a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, what does it matter? So to hearing those, and you knew at that point the third one was going to be an acquittal.
And lastly, what would you say to those who feel like John O'Keefe still hasn't received justice?
Well, all of these people here think John O'Keefe hasn't received justice because the people who murdered John O'Keefe are out there. They're the McCabe's and the Alberts, and John O'Keefe went into their home and never came out of it alive, and they threw him on the lawn like trash. So I would hope that all of us can unite at this point, now that Karen Reed has been exonerated, that all of us can unite and demand that the Alberts and the McCabe's and Brian Higgins be held accountable for what they did to John O'Keefe.
Aidan, thank you for your time.
Malcolm, thank
So
you.
a lot of mixed reactions and feelings here. We're going to send it back to you all in
Yeah,
studio as we continue.
very big vindication moment for Turtle Boy, isn't it? He's been he was the first to break the story. He's the reason we're all watching, we're all listening to it. He did kind of become a little bit part of the story, which is not necessarily what you want, but you make the right enemies and things have a way of happening. So yeah, I think the squid, I think it sounds like a fairly routine kind of disposition where you keep your nose clean and you'll walk away from it at the end without any kind of criminal record. So not a bad thing. Now, what is she going to have to do? It's likely going to be a situation where there's just program rules that she has to follow. I think the question we have, I'll see if I can find out an answer. Okay, well, the question is, what sort of probation do you get? Like, what does that mean, being on probation for a DUI? So there is something here, talks about reporting to your probation officer. Rules of probation: if you want to move out of state, if you want to travel out of state, those come up with monitored probation because it gets complicated to get interstate monitoring and interstate warrants on people. So they keep close tabs on you if you're under a formal supervision. However, then there is also administrative probation, where you may or may not be required to report to an actual probation officer. It may include other conditions. The probation officer is assigned to make sure that you follow any court orders, and you must contact the probation officer to report any change in employment or residence and to request permission to travel out of state. You may be allowed to mail or email or scan in verification of community service hours, verification of any required program, payment of restitution and fees. If you're told to report in person, you're expected to follow the instructions to report. If you don't follow these conditions, your case will be returned to court for a violation hearing. So as far as what the actual substantive requirements are, it sounds most likely that those are just related to completing the program. There's nothing like, there's nothing that indicates they get to impose the kind of conditions like consent to a search of your house at any time. Don't live within, X numbers of X yards of a school. Don't, do X, Y, Z. Lots of probation restrictions often come up like that. Restrictions like don't consume alcohol, don't take drugs. You might have to do UAs to show that you're complying. Doesn't necessarily look like that would be something she'd be required to do as part of probation, but it might. And it could also be part of a program the program rule. It just sort of depends on exactly how they run that in Massachusetts. So I'm not entirely sure if she's, going to have like a formal probation officer in those kinds of conditions. We'll probably know more once we get the actual paperwork on the sentencing out of the court. Kid in the city. Is John O'Keefe's family still going to sue Karen Reed? Do you think they still believe she is responsible? Yes and yes. I think the answer to both of these are yes. The suit is going to continue until somebody affirmatively decides to dismiss it. So, no, I don't know that they're going to. I really don't. Having a criminal, it looks like are they done now? Having a criminal conviction or criminal acquittal doesn't foreclose being able to get a civil judgment, of course, as we all know from the OJ case. So yeah, I think they'll probably still go after her. Brit Delicious, thank you so much for your coverage. Love the knowledge and you're funny as fuck. Looking forward to watching Bryan Kohberger's trial with you. Have a Manhattan on me. Thank you so much, Brit. I don't have them often, but I found this place last time I was in Seattle, which is another place I don't go to very often. I haven't been in quite a while, but found this place in Seattle. It was up on Capitol Hill, and it was like pretty sure it was a Manhattan bar. Now I'm second guessing myself and going, wait, was it Old Fashions instead? No, I'm pretty sure it was a Manhattan bar. And so just, different recipes for the Manhattan. I'm not above trying a little like snooty kind of bitters or something like that. Thanks, Britt. Appreciate you being here with us. Worldwide collaborations. They found her guilty of what she was guilty of. Now find the real defendant and charge them. This is what is going to be interesting to see in the coming days. What sort of pressure, public pressure, community pressure, voices being raised. Still waiting for that public statement from the prosecution. Didn't see Hank stop outside the courthouse, have anything to say. Did he sneak out the back door? Did anybody see Hank leaving, or did he sneak out through the back door? You guys surely saw that. It was pretty epic. The photo of Hank mean mugging Dr. Turtle Boy. Let me just share that in case you missed it, because boy, is it a lot of fun. Oh, so much has happened today. It's taken me a while to go find it. Got to scroll. Oh, check this out, guys. Check this out. Look. Oh, wait, hang on. Look at that. Look at how mad he is. Look at how mad he is. Oh, wait, that doesn't work. You got to blow it up bigger. You got to blow it up bigger so we can really get the full effect. Guys, look at how mad he is. You ever seen anything like that? Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Whole time he was leaving. Couldn't couldn't chill. That was just way too much fun, those photos that somebody caught. Oh, did he sneak out the back door? Did anybody see? Mark Randazza apparently is reporting. Ooh, thousands of people chanting Bev needs to go. Let's take a look at that. That sounds pretty intriguing. Boomer, get back with your tabs. Here he is. Bev needs to go. Bev needs to go. Wow. Wow, guys, I'm telling you, I feel like this is the end, and yet not. Because this is just the end for Karen Reed, but this is vindication for everybody that has been standing outside that courtroom saying, we're done. We're done with this. Everybody that's been showing up at the select board meetings saying we're done with this. This is some bullshit. This is vindication, guys. So highly possible things are kind of just getting started when it comes to the downstream consequences for Norfolk County. Carrie Nichols, I've been here since the beginning and didn't want to miss their moment with you. I'm in a shady corner at Disneyland right now watching your feed. Oh, that's perfect. I remember there's nothing like when a verdict comes in, everybody stops. Everybody stops what they're doing. We pulled away from Kohberger. No, nobody gives a shit about Kohberger's trial right now. We pulled away because we can't think about anything else. We got to focus. We got to take in the verdict. I remember when the Deputy Heard verdicts came in. My mom, she was out riding around with her friends, bike riding, and they're like out in the middle of nowhere. And she gets the notification. They have to stop. Like in the sun, out like by a cornfield or something, and watch the verdict come in. I'm glad you got to share it with us, Carrie. Peyton Ways Miller, justice has prevailed. It has. It's a beautiful thing to see them get it right. It really is. It would be more reassuring if like we knew that happened all the time. Unfortunately, we know better, but when it does work, it is a good thing to see. Summertime, what do we think Jen is thinking at this moment? I gotta think she's blaming somebody. Maybe Carrie. Maybe blaming Carrie. Maybe Nicole. Who else could she be blaming for blowing it? Brian Higgins? Is it Brian Higgins' fault? We know she's definitely hating the defense team. She's hating the defense team. That whole victory shout by Mr. Yannetti, that was a dagger to the heart. But as far as coherent thoughts go, I imagine it's more of just a more of a just sort of rumbling rage, rather inarticulate, just fury. Whatever Clever, thoughts on why Brennan didn't go for max penalty? He's done. He doesn't care. He's already humiliated. There's no glory. There's no glory to be won in trying to advocate for a particularly unusually harsh DUI on a first offense. He knows it just prolongs it. The guilty, guys, the legal significance of the guilty, it's an implied acquittal on every other charge leading up to DUI. DUI is the only thing that would be on the table if this got, for example, went up to the Court of Appeals, got looked at, sent back down. Only you want to fight over being able to maybe retry her for a DUI, because the more you go down the road of trying to encourage an unusually harsh sentence, the more likely you're going to make it that she will in fact appeal it, and that she would have something that would stick. What do you want, Hank? You want to come back? Want to come back and fight over OUI? I think that's my best reasoning, but mostly just because he quit. He quit on the last day of evidence. He pretty much quit. We could tell because he still didn't have it back together when it was time for him to stand up for his closing. He still didn't know where he was going to go. He was already done. Oh shit. John O'Keefe was 46 years old. Yeah. Yep, that's right. Humorous XY. I hope there are more OWI charges to come. Hold troopers to the same standard at least. Why am I skeptical? Why am I skeptical that that's going to happen? Dan Greenwood, thank God they didn't convict her on second-degree VUI verdict under the influence. The read is freed. Thanks, Andrea, for everything. I like the read is freed. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, just until it's done, you're on a tightrope. Because they could do so many things. No idea what they're gonna do. But yeah, it's a relief that they didn't blow up their ability to reach agreement on everything. Wasn't necessarily looking real good there, but we got it salvaged, guys. It's fine. It's gonna work. The Messy Kitchen, can Pham still sue now that she's found not guilty? Yes, they absolutely can, because in civil court, the burden of proof is lower. So they don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she hit John with her car. They have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence. So it's a lower standard. It's the same reason why once OJ was acquitted, Ron Goldman still able to sue him. The surviving family of Ron Goldman III, I think, was who got murdered. So yeah, a different standard of proof means that they get a bite at it if they want to take it. But like I said, in civil land, you have insurance companies that get involved, and then decisions start being made that are just largely financial interests being worked out, negotiated. So it's not necessarily much of an indication of anything other than it's possible to sue. BQ must be in state. Required once a month probation check-in. 2 4D classes are in person. Know from my own experience, CWOF can be sealed after a few years. Great insight. Great insight. Yeah, this makes sense. And allowing you to do the class online would be too easy, and you wouldn't have people tripping up nearly so much over these requirements if you let them stay at home and do their requirements, rather than putting them in a position where they have to travel somehow to do the class while you are simultaneously suspending their driver's license so that they can't travel. It's really hard to set people up for failure if you don't make them drive while their license is suspended. See, guys? So you can't have the online class. You got to show up in person while your license is suspended. You see how this works? It's almost like it's on purpose, guys. It's almost like it's on purpose. Can be sealed after a few years. That's wonder what is that just the difference being that the case itself, like the whole case file gets sealed, as opposed to like we know it doesn't result in a conviction, but yeah, interesting. So she's got to stay in state for another year, but other than that, she is a free bird. Bob Gable, O'Keefe was murdered probably in that house, got away. He was killed. I'm very open to the possibility that he wasn't murdered. It was just something that went terribly, terribly wrong. But as they say, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. And fortunately, I think that just, served to make the situation a lot worse in many ways. But Hey, if your measurement of success is I didn't go to prison over the dead guy in my yard, then they've succeeded. They've succeeded wildly. No consequences at all. Milos El Conserje. Lots of talk on social media about O'Keefe family filing a civil suit against Karen. How does the verdict here affect that? What do you think their chances are of getting something out of a civil suit? So yeah, we've talked about that a little bit. The suit was filed a long time ago. In fact, let me see, I might be able to get my hands on the complaint. Maybe. Got, boomers got too many things in different files. Find this one here and then this other one there. I do have the complaint right here. I can show you guys that. It was filed August 26th of 2024. And so basically that is that. That is our complaint here. August 26, 2024. It's already been filed. Guys, Paul O'Keefe, representative of the estate of John O'Keefe, individually, father, mother, and also mother as the guardian, grandparent guardian of Kaylee. And they are suing C.F. McCarthy's, Waterfall, and Karen Reed. And all in all, their factual allegations are the, story that we knew about, for the most part. And so the allegations, it's wrongful death, C.F. McCarthy's, by overserving, Waterfall, by overserving. These are just generally negligence cases, saying they should have known that these people were drunk and there was a risk that somebody was going to get hurt. So they overserved everybody. Versus Karen Reed, wrongful death once again, negligence and or gross negligence and or willful, wanton, and reckless disregard for safety. He sustained serious injuries of body and mind, conscious pain and suffering, fear of impending death, lost earnings, medical, funeral, and burial expenses, and died. So that is a straightforward wrongful death. Then we have Peggy suing C.F. McCarthy's for negligent infliction of emotional distress. This is basically saying it's the same thing. They overserved, but their overserving caused Peggy grief. It didn't just cause John's death. It caused Peggy and John Sr. and the heirs, the survivors. It caused them emotional distress, emotional grief. So against C.S. McCarthy's, against the Waterfall, and then also versus Karen Reed. Same whole bunch of counts, guys. Scrolling through this, 13 counts. The final one being the surviving niece. Same thing. You killed John and caused us to grieve. So that is the complaint. It has already been filed. It's gone through some very preliminary litigation, but it got stayed because of the criminal trial going on. So the only real obvious outcome at this point is just that the stay is going to be lifted. They can, proceed with discovery and anything else that they were going to do. As far as their chances of getting something out of a civil suit, your chances are usually pretty good of getting something out of a civil suit if it's not completely frivolous. And they have at least a jury verdict that they got that Karen was drunk. And so that's a brick in the wall of a, negligent overserving type of complaint. They just have to now tie some type of injury, some type of damage specifically to that particular conduct. And they have to do it, like I said, preponderance of the evidence in a civil case rather than the beyond a reasonable doubt that they had to do. Oh, there's another good clip here. Oof, guys. This one is really going to be something else. Let me show you this. Tully standing there by himself, and the crowd's yelling FBI. He's just taking it in. FBI. Oh, yikes. Yeah. Don't unfortunately think the FBI is coming, but we will see. We will see. What could happen in the coming days. Minty Fret is now a YouTube member. Welcome. Welcome, Minty Fret. Palmyra Media. After 6 weeks, I finally get the 5 employees I had on Karen Reed alone back. Bev and Commonwealth owe me big. Purple face crying. Yeah. Yeah, life gets to go back to normal. They've got a court holiday tomorrow. Bev got an early into the day today, right? Business is done. She got to finish early. Probably send her whole staff home, take tomorrow off. Hey, maybe just take Friday off too. Everybody gets their life back. Yep. I get to start sleeping in. I can indulge my natural tendency to just want to stay up later and later and later and later. And it's fine because I don't need to set the alarm for 4:30 in the morning. That'll be great. Congratulations to you, Palmyra Media. Liz Coggeshall. I'm so happy for Karen. Also happy. Don't have to get stuck in traffic anymore on my way home every day. Lol. Thank you, Andrea. You are great. I have to imagine that the fine folks of Dedham are going to be very happy to have their community back. To just, even if I'm not. The entire community could be in support of Karen Reed and appalled with the Commonwealth and wanting answers and generally supporting the protesters and so forth. And yet at the same time, it's still a little bit of a pain in the ass when something like this is happening in your community. You can't park anywhere. The restaurants are full. You can't hardly get lunch anywhere. There's all these people around, cameras everywhere. It's, it would be a little bit annoying. So that will all come to an end. And then just the hardcores who care about the downstream effects. What's going to happen? What's going to happen now in Dedham? You're going to take a message, Norfolk County, you're going to take a message from this? You're going to get the picture? You're going to make some changes? We'll see. Time's going to tell. Hallie P, number 309, ha ha ha, but dialed verdict at 2:27. Yeah, psych, verdict, psych. Lock Hong Express. Well, that was easy. Now let's free Zachariah Anderson. Oh my gosh, and Richard Allen, and yeah, there's still some on that list, aren't there? Can't forget the cases where it didn't work, much as we might like to. Zincat, thanks at Andrea Burkhart and at Jeff Burkhart for the amazing coverage. Shout out to the best mods on YouTube. Hell yeah. Forensic Führer, CH, Nicola Maxwell, Moon Goddess, and Chinny. You guys are awesome. We definitely could not do this without you. So appreciative how they're just like, oh, you're going to go live now? Sure, I'll drop stuff and go mod this stream. Just really appreciated it. It's such a big part of the environment that we have here. Oh, okay. Those of you who still have perhaps the tiniest little bit of brain space for Mr. Kohberger. Do have a little bit of information about that. So, the judge overseeing the Idaho trial indicates he is leaning toward denying Bryan Kohberger's request to delay the trial currently scheduled for August. As of now, I would tell you that it's likely you're going to trial on the date indicated, Stephen Hippler said. He said he would issue a written opinion soon. Here it is from the bench. The full quote, I'll take the matter under advisement and get an opinion out in short order. In the meantime, I fully encourage everyone to continue as if the trial is going to take place when it is scheduled for, which is, of course, only prudent. Of course, you go ahead and until you're told something's changed, you assume it's not changed. So yeah, boy, that distraction wasn't even going to get us like a something definitive in Kohberger. That's okay. So could change with a written opinion, but that's kind of a signal, kind of a sign, kind of a tell, isn't it? If you've ever seen one, guys, I'll get you my written opinion, but you might as well just go ahead and proceed like we're going to trial as scheduled. So we will be there for that. And yes, hopefully the awesome mod team will be able to join us when it's time to get into Kohberger. It's not that far down the road, guys. I'm going to have to cram in some summer here before it's time to turn to Kohberger. Adele Kant becomes a YouTube member. Welcome. Conti? Adele, welcome. Kristen, can Karen sue the Commonwealth now? Well, yes, she can. She can sue. She can file her 1983 lawsuit. She can sue. Now, the prosecutor, almost certainly not. He's got absolute immunity. But the investigators, potentially. And then if there are shenanigans behind the scenes with the investigation, with like, I don't know, coordinating what police should find, what they should say about it, things like that, that opens the door to potentially lowering the degree of immunity that prosecutors get. They get absolute immunity for their advocacy work. But if they put on a different hat and make themselves investigators, now they have the same immunity as police officers do, which is just qualified immunity. It's still going to be a bar most of the time, but it at least gives you a little bit of an opening for situations where they are doing stuff that any idiot would know is a violation of your constitutional rights. They know perfectly well. It's well established. It's not the type of thing that people can argue about. It's crystal clear. So that's typically going to encompass things like lying in affidavits, fabricating evidence, stuff like that. But so the wrinkle in all of it had kind of always been the termination favorable to the defendant requirement. If the police violate your rights and you want to sue them for violating your rights, but they violated your rights so well that they prosecuted you over it, one of the things you have to show is that underlying prosecution resulted in an outcome that was favorable to you. So if you go and get convicted, too bad, so sad. So the OUI is going to be the wrinkle in that. Is that going to be enough to tank it being an outcome favorable to her? Or just given the significance of what she was originally charged with, the jeopardy that she faced? Is it the rather common sense conclusion that I think any normal person would have looking at the situation? Of course, this is a major win for Karen. Of course, this is an outcome that's favorable to her. But it's a potential wrinkle. They might argue it. So we'll just have to see how that unfolds. But yeah, that is a piece of the puzzle that they had to kind of wait for. A. Johnson, will AJ publicly criticize Bev now? I don't know that he will, because I think AJ is a classy guy, but I think in terms of like his power, his right to do that, yeah, the case is over. Case is over. There shouldn't be any kind of gag order that's still in binding effect. Let's see. Gosh, maybe I'll look and see real quick if I can find. It's been a long time since I've looked at that gag order, so I have to hunt it down. I know Dee Dee's got it, but I don't remember when it was. And let's see. Yeah, I don't have it right on top of my head. I wanted to see if it's got, sometimes there's language in the order that will say like specifically when it's torpedoed, when it's no longer in effect. Sometimes it doesn't, but it's just implied. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find it real quickly, but that's really the only issue. You know, would there be some reason he would still be bound by the gag order? And it's extremely unlikely, even if there's like an interpretation of the language of the gag order that would say it's still binding. You have First Amendment rights, the constitutional limit on attorneys being able to speak about the case, criticize the process, advocate for their client publicly, etc. The justification for that is solely, we got to preserve the defendant's right to a fair trial. That is an equally important constitutional consideration. So that can justify sometimes limited, narrow, tailored restrictions on people's ability to speak. But we're not worried about that anymore, are we? Because it's over. It's done. She got her trial, fair or not. Okay, fair or not, let us not forget. Fair or not, she did get her trial, so it's over. So that's no longer a consideration. So you would think First Amendment would prevail over that. I just don't think he's likely to, because I just don't think he's that kind of guy. Jen Lux, thank you for leading us through this trial. Your calmness and knowledge made it easier. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I could try to be a stable ship for you guys, navigating very long, somewhat complicated trial. Lots of rabbit holes. Lots of rabbit holes to go down. Whitney Mask, when will Karen get her truck back? I mean, at least in theory, as soon as the ink is dry, she's got copies of her paperwork. Walk down to the Canton Police Department. Is it still there? I don't even know where it is. Whoever's got it. Her phone too, by the way. Don't forget her phone. Any of her property that was taken. Yeah, I should be able to just mark right down to wherever that's being held. Norfolk County DA's office. Is it in their evidence locker, their evidence room, wherever it is? Should be able to just walk down with the paperwork. My case is over. This is not evidence anymore. Go ahead and release it. I would usually give them some time for stuff like this. I mean, the reality is, it's probably not her highest priority right at the moment, going in and getting her vehicle back. But if they haven't affirmatively taken steps to get my client's property back to them within, a few days, definitely a week. I'm probably not even waiting a week. By day 3, day 4, we'd be starting to be like, so about that property, you're going to have that ready for them when they show up to pick it up at, I don't know, how does 3 this afternoon sound? And just try to coordinate it. Usually they don't fight. Sometimes you actually got to fight over stuff like that. It's a little wild, but as far as we know, no forfeiture action on her truck. So she should be entitled to go and get it back. Fantastic Mr. Foxy Daddy. How many lawyers have cried tears of joy when their client was convicted of an OWI? That was the most victorious conviction that David Yannetti has maybe ever experienced. Yeah, great point. Dennis Jensen, and justice for all. Indeed. Kimberly Painter, thank you for all your coverage. Learned so much. Well, thanks for being here, Kimberly. I'm glad we got to wrap this one up nicely. It's so nice. The case is done. And does it fully put us in all is right with the world mode? Well, no, because we still have the fundamental problem that there's no real justice in this system. Karen's life is still destroyed. John O'Keefe is still never coming back. No real justice here in a kind of grand cosmic sense. The universe has not suddenly been put right because of this verdict. But at least this little piece of it is right. And it does. It's just little things like that. Keep us going. Transparency. Bev was definitely shocked that the state proposed the normal sentence. Shame Karen had to lose all that money and time to this nonsense. Yep, her life is in ruins. Smoking ashes. Crater of what is left of her life. Yeah, I mean, it does. It goes to show a lot of conversations over the last several days about imagine if she didn't have the resources and the position she'd been in and stuff like that. But even in the position that she was in, look how much they'll take from you. Look how much they will make you pay for the principal. Would have been so easy. Just say, all right, I'll keep $500,000 in my pocket. I'll just go ahead and plead guilty to vehicular manslaughter. I'll do a few months in jail and a bunch of community service. A lot of people would do that rather than just accept, oh, my life is a smoking crater now. Just the cost of vindication. Not everybody has a principle like that. It is a shame. Dolly Knott. And now, FBI, the ball is in your court. Make us proud. Will we find out? Will we maybe get some confirmation? We no longer have abstention concerns as far as interfering with the local prosecution because it's over. It's done. Final. Not happening again. So if there's like anything the FBI felt like doing, timing wise, it's probably pretty good. Just put that out in the universe, everybody. Summertime. Everyone who drove that night needs the same charge. Fair is fair. Did Jen drive to Fairview? Which of the Alberts? It's just the cost. Just the cost of being dragged through the system. Unwillingly, unnecessarily. Gotta pick up the DUI charge along the way. But definitely doesn't mean there's going to be any effort to balance the scale over there in Canton. Kathy, your realtor living in New Jersey. Thank you, Andrea, Jeff, and Mods. Thank you, Kathy. Thanks for being here and sharing this. Gratefully yours. Gratefully yours. Ah, what a beautiful, beautiful day. Beautiful day. Eric Wolfrick, charges for all the other drunk drivers that evening when, we've been saying they got it's a 6-year statute of limitations in Massachusetts. It's like surprisingly long. Remember looking that up, see if I can confirm that. Yeah. The statute of limitations is 6 years. So guys, just because they'll prosecute one person, they'll pursue a conviction against one person for OUI without proof, good proof of a blood alcohol content, possibly even an admissible proof of content. Saw there was some possibly some kind of question about not being a consent search, not having the same standard to get her blood because she'd been tested clinically instead of forensically for the DUI. But I don't know if that's an idea somebody had or an actual like legal issue in Massachusetts. But just because they decide to prosecute one without good proof of the limit, yeah, it doesn't mean they're going to go after any others. Definitely doesn't mean they're gonna. My Mini 67, the occiput boner. God, I'm almost at my last pronunciation of occiput boner. Maybe, or are you going to stick around and watch some Kohberger with us? Thank you, Andrea, Jeff, and Mods. Karen Reed has now not hit John O'Keefe twice. Now time to change my name back. Yeah, wipe a little tear, a little recollection of my eye from my eye the last time I said the words occiput boner. Steve F. Fried pickles and silver needle for everybody. Steve F. knows how to party. That's right, guys. Get your kettles fired up. It's going to be a wild afternoon here in the Pacific Northwest. Fry up some pickles. Guys, got to be a pickle spear. I'm just telling you. Just take it from a connoisseur. You got to have a spear, not a chip. Not a chip. The proportions are all wrong with the pickle chip. You got to batter and fry that pickle spear. Nothing like it. Winton Dupree, when does the Brian Higgins trial start? When does it start? Will we find out now if his proffer is a real proffer or just a coincidental use of words? I do wonder if we're going to find out more. Some statements from folks, things like that. Not seeing anything yet from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. No official statement yet. Weird. Just that one from the McAlberts. Well, we're waiting patiently, Mr. Brennan. You might be able to run out the back door of the courthouse, but you can't hide forever, can you? Maybe he can. Maybe that would be the best outcome out of all of this, is Hank Brennan hiding his face for the rest of his life so that nobody can find him, put a camera on him in public and be like, so do you have a statement about the Karen Reed verdict? I'd take that trade-off. The squid. I can't imagine defending an innocent client in court. I don't think I could, even if I did want to be a lawyer. I bet this is the most satisfying win in the defense team's career. Also, thanks for covering this trial both times. Well, you're welcome. I bet it is too. It's not often that you get a client that is legitimately innocent. A lot of times they're innocent of this charge, but that's just because you're being an asshole prosecutor. You're overcharging, to try to get a resolution, get a guilty plea. But if you'd actually charge what the facts warrant, we wouldn't necessarily have to argue about it so much. So a lot of times you're not dealing with somebody factually innocent. You're just talking about, you're arguing about the law and what's the most appropriate crime and fair outcome and those types of things. So they probably don't have a whole lot of actually innocent clients in their files over the years. And so when you do, to be able to get a verdict like that, extremely vindicating. Very satisfying. A lot of relief. Pressure's gone. Now you can feel free to second guess all of the things you've been trying not to beat yourself up about at night because it doesn't matter anymore. So now, you're free to just objectively assess things, evaluate things, learn from it, move on. I would imagine that the defense is very, very satisfied right now. Christy NC, you ever subpoena an LIMS audit log? How about the contract management system of a county? So not personally, no. We get for lab stuff, we can just do all that through regular discovery requests in Washington. They used to have, I'm not even sure if they still do because it's been so long since I've done a DUI. They used to have a portal where you could go and download everything. So like all of the general, every machine in the state, all of the certification records, all of the calibration records, stuff like that, all of the predicate things that have to be established, the records of the analysts and so forth, like all that stuff, they would just have that in a website you could go to. So it wasn't hard to access that type of thing at all. If you were looking for something like the chain of custody inside the lab, you'd be able to get that just as normal discovery. It's very unlikely I'd have to subpoena that. As far as the contract management system of a county, you'd be doing that most likely through public records requests. It wouldn't be the type of thing that you would expect to need to subpoena. You should be able to PRA it if there's a process for how the county administers and monitors its contracts. How does it put out for them? How does it award them? How does it monitor them? How does it, figure out if there's been a breach of the contract, all that type of thing. There's policies for that type of thing. They should be public record. You should be able to get that type of thing if you're interested in a specific contract. Public contracts tend to be public records. Not a good reason why you shouldn't be able to go in and look at it and see how it's been handled. So it's just all in crafting a public records request. Knowing how to ask broadly for what you want, but specifically enough that, they won't just throw it out as we don't understand what you want. And just figuring out where to send it, knowing where, because a lot of times information is in different places. It's a bit balkanized, right? The actual contract is over here. The rules for how to administer the contract are somewhere else. And there's like an audit intermediary that might have some stuff. Like sometimes you have to track things down like that. That's just what I would be thinking if I were inclined to be looking for information like that at the moment. I'd be thinking public records. And who would I be asking? Thankful Q. Now just Justice. Thankful Quay. Thankful K. Thankful K. Now just Justice for Sandra Birchmore. Yeah. Maybe they'll set a trial date one of these days. I did wonder if that was, at least in part, not directly abstention, but it's related enough to this case, overlap in parties and things like that. But should be able to move that forward at this point, huh? Macarial. Both trials only existed to secure the might of the police. I just can't see any other reason. What was the point otherwise? Yeah, grind you to our will. That's what it's about. That's the pressure. You will bend to our will. And she did not bend the knee. The jury had her back. It's the way it's supposed to work. So it's good to see it actually working like that. It'd be nice to know that we could rely on it to always work like that. But unfortunately, fallibility is just one of the inherent qualities of the system that we have. But fortunately, not today. But I think you're absolutely right. It's, we've decided to put our boot on your neck. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Oh, you're going to fight? No, you're going to fight? Okay, well, we'll up the charge. We'll up it to murder too. You still want to fight? We'll sprinkle some taillight on the back of your car. What about now? Oh, you still want to fight? We'll bring in a special prosecutor. Still? Oh, shit. When did they have the oh, shit moment? Was that what we saw unfold when Brennan quit after Dr. Rentschler? I mean, it really started with La Posada. You saw the spirit go out of him with La Posada when he opened that door to the multiple times. There was no accident. Of course, I don't care about the date. It doesn't matter how fast she was going if she didn't hit him. And then re-emphasize that point with Dr. Rentschler. You really, like, the spirit went out of him at that point. I think he just gave up. That was the oh shit moment. Oh shit. Guess I'm going to have to take this boot off her neck. Boy, did they hate it. They hated it, didn't they? Had to be pried off by the hands of 12 people on the jury. Jayism, watching from the West Bank. Even in our darkest days, you are a light. Thank you, Andrea, and free Karen Reed and free Palestine. Well, thank you for watching from all the way over on the other side of the world. And just going to be sending out some special hopes for peace, comfort, safety for everybody. Michelle, shout out to Jeff. He must be a smart man to be able to persuade a good woman like Andrea to marry him, or he just got lucky at the right time. You know, I don't know. No, he is. He's a smart one. Said many times, I just went ahead and went out when I decided I was ready. I was ready to partner up. I just went and found the smartest man I could find and decided I'll take that one. And here we are today. 19 years this year, 19 years married, just a few months. Jimmy Barton, she won against a loaded deck. She sure did. She sure did. She counted the cards very, very carefully. Very carefully. They did everything they could. Really did everything they could to bend over backwards. Make it easy to convict her. Couldn't do it. Whatever clever. Melanie has cupcakes. I petition AB to call us Sharpies in honor of sharp mental acuity of AB and the chatters and AB fondness of the pen. Nicole, I love it. I love it. Hadn't thought about that. Sharpies, little Sharpies. Folks on the channel. I'm not in the habit of because I'm not good at interacting with the chat, especially like right now. I'm trying to talk. I can't talk and read. I'm not good at that. You'll notice if I try to pull something up, I got to stop and stare. I can't type and talk at the same time. Only one word thing going on at once. So it's never really occurred to me to address the chat collectively as anything. Sharpies. Sharpies is good. I like it. I like it. Thank you, Sharpies, for sticking around. Never running out of that good note juice. Violet energy, such a narcissistic, sociopathic response by the McAlberts. Cuffs are coming. Only if we don't get a similar type of response from the powers that be. And that's sure going to be the question. That's sure going to be the question, isn't it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I got something fun here. This will be a fun one. Let's go ahead and share this. Let's go ahead and share this. Kind of apropos. Kind of on point. It's pretty amusing. Let me just go ahead and make it big. Oops. Stop. Hey, Boomer, we need to hear it. We need to hear it, Boomer.
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Here's the episode. Here's the episode. Did you enjoy your episode? Would you like to see a sequel? Would you like to see a sequel? What about the behind the scenes, the B-roll? Anybody want to see the B-roll and the bloopers? You think Jim McCabe is waiting for the blooper roll? Yeah. It was quite a response, but I think they gave that response at least in part because yes, they already know the cuffs are not coming because they know that the people that are in the position to enforce against them are the same. They're the same type of people. So will be interesting to see what the coming days brings in terms of blowback over there in Norfolk County. Just Me Joe, yay, from Canada. Thanks for the coverage, Andrea and team. Yay, thank you. Thank you, Just Me Joe. Welcome from Canada. You're probably closer to Massachusetts than I am, unless you're over here in Vancouver or Yukon or something like that. If you're from the Yukon territories, that would be the awesomest thing ever. I would want to meet and hang out. Just putting that out there. Be grave. I've prayed for Karen and truly believe God has used this situation to expose corruption and evil. More questions need to be asked. You know, it's one way to transform an experience like this, right? Make it mean something bigger than you. Make it mean something bigger than you. It would be so easy to get lost in hopelessness and despair and discouragement and the Sisyphean task of trying to get a fair trial in this court. Setback after setback after setback, and bad ruling after bad ruling, and misconduct, and nobody cares, and just all of that. It would have been so easy to just be like, you know, I've had enough. I just forget it. Forget it. I've had enough. Like, why am I even bothering with all of this? But if it means something bigger than you, then just your own personal suffering doesn't matter so much. You can put that aside. You can accept it. You can recognize it. Yeah, it sucks. Nobody likes to be in pain. Nobody likes to deal with adversity. It sucks. It's unpleasant. It's not fun. It makes us cranky, unhappy. But sometimes it's for a bigger purpose. And that just helps us get through it. And so I do suspect Karen had some of that mentality driving her. That it isn't just about her and getting justice for her. It's also about John, and it's about the corruption. And it needs to be exposed. So just kudos to Karen for having the strength and the persistence to stick with it, because they really did throw everything at her. Really tried to break her spirit. She said, nope, not today. Not today. Do your worst. Alex Canna, I hope we get to hear from the jury about how fast they decided on charge 1 and 3 and then argued over 2. It would be nice to get some feedback from the jurors, wouldn't it? The behind the scenes story. It would be fun to hear. Like, did anybody even put up any kind of fight at all about, well, maybe she did hit him? Why was the taillight all over the grass? Like, did they have to actually substantively deliberate at all on homicide? Or did people walk back into the court, into the deliberation room, already knowing it's off the table? Like, that's not going to happen. Maybe we'll get to find out. I'll hope so. 4 knots to nowhere. Can she get time served for the license suspension? My understanding is no. I did try to look this up on the fly on the stream. I don't know. Time, guys, kind of lose track of days and time and what happened when and all that type of thing. But I'd say within the last week to week and a half, we looked up the rules, tried to look up the statute, the rules on the license suspension, and it seems to indicate that it's not possible, that there are some consequences, licensing consequences that stem from the conviction and some that stem from the administrative process of like learning that somebody has been arrested and charged, or they've blown over the limit or something like that. So I don't believe she is likely to get time served for the license suspension. But that stuff can get super technical, and I have not gotten way down into the weeds of, Massachusetts licensing laws and administrative procedures and that type of thing. So, but my general impression that I've gotten is no. Guys, is there something we can watch? I want to put something on so you guys have something to watch. And in the meantime, I can pause real quickly to go and get some of my tea. Anything to watch? Anybody got a good clip? Found something? I'm still waiting for Still waiting for that official press conference from the prosecution. Where is it? Where is it? Well, I think in the absence of anything else, I don't have a good clip right offhand. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead. We'll just go ahead and rewatch. We'll just go ahead and rewatch the verdict.
Is
On a
not
repeat.
guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included
Give me a moment,
charge.
guys.
Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Yes, guilty.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you. At the bar, guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No, do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Yes, guilty.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you, as always, for hanging tight for me. Oh, see that again. Watch it again, and it still just stands out to me. Not guilty of. Bev just couldn't wait to get to but she's guilty of something. She's guilty of something. Get to that. Specifically, number 5. DHEC34 is a YouTube member. Welcome to the channel, DHEC34. Summertime, do you think Karen has a civil case against the Commonwealth? Very tough. Very tough. I think if I'm looking at liability for a civil rights violation standpoint, I'm taking the county is almost certainly off the table anyway, because like I said, they have prosecutorial immunity. So unless you have some fact that comes up with how the prosecutors collaborated with the police in the investigation, which it actually does look like they did a fair amount, but maybe a little bit hard to say, then there's nothing really that you can go after them for other than investigative stuff. So it means the investigators are the prime target, and that's primarily going to be MSP. So it's not the Commonwealth. It's very, very specifically not the Commonwealth. It's not the state. It is individual liability on the part potentially of the officers. There is no what they call respondeat superior in 1983 civil rights litigation. Many contexts, if you commit a harm against somebody while you're on the job, your employer is on the hook. That's this doctrine of respondeat superior, it's called. But it doesn't exist in this context. They will not say the Commonwealth is guilty just because the Commonwealth's employees violated your rights, or they won't say the Commonwealth is liable. So you have to go after the people individually. So, we're looking at Proctor for sure. And then, evaluating if we have anything with Buchanan, Tully, etc., and so forth. But I think primarily the focus is going to be on Proctor, and primarily on the stuff that's like not even really in question. Like we know he wrote a false police report about Lucky. Tried to suppress evidence. Bumper sprinkles came from somewhere. Nobody is traced to that glass but Michael Proctor. Trying to fabricate evidence. That's a pretty clear violation of somebody's civil rights. So, oh, look, we have a statement from the town of Canton. Let's see who is trying to avoid liability. What did they have to say? Here's the statement. I don't know if we can see that. The following is a statement from Canton Select Board Chair John McCourt. The town of Canton acknowledges, so that does not start off well, acknowledges today's verdict in the Commonwealth's case against Karen Read. How does that read? I haven't read any further yet, guys. How does that read to me so far? Oh, she's not guilty. Noted. Noted. They're saying we don't care. The town respects the legal process and the role of the jury in weighing the facts and rendering a verdict. We thank the members of the jury for their service and attention over the past several weeks. This case has been the subject of intense public interest, scrutiny, and speculation for 3 years. Our community has been deeply affected. Today's outcome may bring a sense of relief to some and continue to raise questions for others. We encourage members of the community to move forward together, treating one another with respect through civil, constructive dialogue. Well, it's no justice was done, is it? It was no justice is done. Today's outcome may bring a sense of relief to some and continue to raise questions for others. Who besides the McAlberts is this raising questions for? Just curious. Do you have anybody in mind? Maybe anybody on your select board have questions about this? Is that who you had in mind? It's all good, guys. They respect the process, but you have to respect the people that aren't satisfied by the process. So that seems to be that. Bigfoot is real. If the FBI starts to ask questions, who would be the main focus and likely to snitch? Higgins seems obvious, doesn't it? If not Proctor. Proctor's the one with nothing left to lose, right? The rookie is Connor Keefe. Is Connor Keefe going to come in and flip to the FBI? You know, call me crazy. I don't see that. I see institutional culture issues with the Massachusetts State Police that are they run extremely deep. I mean, we're still talking about Enrique Delgado, right? We don't have a cause. We don't have any information about his death yet. We just know he died mysteriously in a exercise at the Massachusetts State Police Training Academy. Apparently got beat up and died. Still no answers for that. So, I mean, that's academy is when this stuff is starting. So the culture is pretty firmly entrenched here. So I think I don't think you can count on some rookie who, wants to do the right thing and still has a conscience and can build a new career ahead of them. Don't think that's going to be the person, because that person already went through the hazing process that you go through at the academy. And, you bought in, you signed up. You're part of the club now. So got to be something with not a lot left to lose. And that really seems to be Proctor. James Cassatelli, after seeing that pic, I'm going with Dana Carvey for Hank. Yeah, actually, that's not bad, huh? Also, I just want to say thank you for all you do. It's so important to be getting all this corruption out in the open. It is. And especially, I appreciate how much interest there has been in this case on the granular level, the detail, because that's where the corruption comes out. If you're just listening to the headline stuff, you would get, today Karen Read was found not guilty. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it all worked out. You wouldn't know anything at all about all of the terrible rulings and the lies to the court and the shenanigans with the evidence. You could very easily miss that with just the quick overview you tend to get from mainstream media. Which is unfortunate, but the world is changing. Here it is, when we can watch the trial at home from our house and see the corruption play out, millions of screens. kind of changes how the justice system looks. It's no longer monitored, overseen, controlled in many ways, access controlled by the journalists, because we can't make it into every courtroom across the country. So we're dependent on either courts saying, yeah, we'll let a camera in. That's gotten a little bit easier in the last years, but still a hurdle. Plenty of places. If you don't have a camera, you're dependent on the journalists. We're not, few of us have the luxury to be able to decide, hey, you know what? I'm interested in that trial. Why don't I fly across the country for a couple months, sit in the courtroom and watch it? So it's unfortunate that the media that's best positioned to be able to provide this type of information. You would think corruption stories. You think that somebody isn't that the kind of thing people used to get Pulitzers for and stuff? Surely somebody would want to take that up, but it's been Turtle Boy's project from day one, hasn't it? And then somehow it's like the battle lines get drawn, and it's Turtle Boys on this side, and other people are on the other side. MSM is over on the other side. Oh God, Heidi was telling me, my friend Heidi mentioned the fish. Saw her at boxing the other night, and she's got a friend that she's been looking out after. He's probably getting towards the end of his life, not real well health wise, but anyway. He watches mainstream news. He didn't watch the trial, but Heidi's watched the trial from time to time with us. And so they were talking about it. And Heidi says that he told her that ABC and NBC and CBS, they all say the Commonwealth proved their case. They all said so. And now here we are. I mean, there's a reason why the world is changing and that dynamic is changing. So yeah, it is important to get all the corruption out in the open. It would be nice if we could rely on the traditional institutions to do that, but those appear to have failed. And so here we are watching on our screens when we get the opportunity to do that, so that it doesn't go unseen, guys. And you can't forget, this is just one case in one courtroom in one little town in Massachusetts. And there are at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds, probably tens of thousands of courtrooms all around the country right now doing the same stuff. And we just don't know because it's not on TV. It's not on our screen. So there's one thing that I could encourage folks to do to take away from this trial. If this has been eye-opening, if this has been shocking, if this has been a revelation, if this has been a new experience for you, is to just encourage people to take an interest in your local court. Just head on down, watch a docket someday. You'll probably be the only one there. Not that many people that show up just out of interest about what's going on in your community, but I'll tell you, you can learn a lot about a community by who is getting prosecuted, what they're getting prosecuted for, how the courtroom is run, how many cases there are. A lot of stuff like that can tell you a lot about a community. So there's one thing I could encourage people to do. Take an interest in your local court, because this is one case and this stuff is happening everywhere. So the more we see it, the more we recognize it. No collision, just collision. Yes, after the second not guilty was read, Paul O'Keefe put his head down into his hand. And there was great rejoicing. Who doesn't feel bad for the O'Keefe family, but they're not entitled to a guilty verdict that the evidence doesn't support. Just to assuage their feelings. Unfortunately, that is not the function of the criminal justice system. It's there for vindication based on evidence, and the evidence is not there. So it's a shame, but sometimes it's necessary. If your expectations are set on, I'm going to get this particular outcome because I want it, that's all that's going to make me happy, and you just haven't really thought about the likelihood that you're not going to get that outcome, you're really setting yourself up for disappointment. So it's a shame, but nobody forced them to look at the case in any particular way. I don't think it was hard to see this outcome coming. Weed, thanks for the great coverage on this trial. Well, thank you, Weed. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. It's been a good one to see through to the end. Snacks with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Snacks. Raina, the lengths the Commonwealth clicked together like Voltron to imprison an innocent citizen, only to expose to the nation more how incredibly corrupt they are. Karma. They got pot committed real early on. You poker folks, you know what they did. They overbet on the flop. They overbet pre-flop. They had a broken taillight. They had a hysterical girl. They had her boyfriend dead. They had these in the area where she left him. You know, what do we got? Jack 10 suited. Definitely not the strongest case ever, but not a bad one. You might follow that one and find something. But they bet way too heavy on it, because then they got pot committed. Then they're like, oof, I've already pushed in half my stack. I better hope I get this draw. And then you just keep chasing the draw all the way to the river. And it never comes. And you just keep betting and you keep throwing at it, because at this point you're committed. Once they decided we're going to try to pin it on her, they were really pot committed at that point. And so to try to make it fit, it was always inevitably, unless she rolled over, going to require more and more egregious and overt corruption to make it fit. They really did. They did everything they could. They threw everything at it. They wanted that pot so bad, but at the end of the day, they didn't draw. They didn't have the cards. You didn't have the cards. So once again, kudos to the jury for deciding it on the evidence and not just based on, well, how do we feel or how do we want other people to feel? This is not a counseling session. This is a courthouse. The squid. Why is it always a proctor involved in false accusations in Massachusetts? Well, they have a long and storied history there, don't they? Wasn't her name Elizabeth Proctor too? Wasn't she a Lizzie Proctor, or was it a different Proctor? I can't remember. Back in the Salem witch trials. I do wonder, anybody know genealogy? Anybody done the research on that one? Do we have any kind of a link there? But yes, I think you're right. You can find a proctor. You can find a wrongful conviction in Norfolk County. Not that hard. Not that hard to look around. Mike 1967 is a member now. Welcome, Mike. Welcome. Y'all are joining just in time to probably pause for a little bit and maybe not do a whole lot till Kohberger. We'll see, guys. We'll see. We'll see what unfolds. Hey, if there's consequences, blowback, after effects, downstream consequences of this conviction, that might be, or conviction, this acquittal, that might be fun to follow up on. The secret team. If the dog bit, you must acquit. Indeed. If Chloe bit, you must acquit. Normal mom. Normal mom. Normal mom. I love it's in all caps. Like somehow the all caps just really sends me on that one. Normal mom. The McAlberts have to yell forever that the jury got it wrong because the only other suspects are themselves. Yeah. 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 I don't know why anybody would expect that, just because everybody knows that they did it, that they would ever admit it. It's just not how it works. You haven't put in the time in criminal justice if you think that being caught dead to rights means that you're going to admit it now. No. No. Nope. Denial is a very, very powerful human process. So expect that to continue. That's a very good point. Normal mom. iReactor. My favorite moment of outrage was that the plow truck driver didn't cite the Alberts for illegally parking their car during the snowstorm. He said it was out of courtesy for the Alberts. Yeah. That was something, wasn't it? Broke policy to not call in their car and get it towed. What a different story we would have heard out of all of this if he had called in that Ford Edge. Hadn't decided to do them a favor. But see, even Lucky knew the drill. Even Lucky knew the rules. He understood his mission. Don't cause any problem for the Alberts. He didn't have to be told. Nobody had to call him up and be like, Lucky, I'll do this for you if you take care of me. He didn't have to be told. Everybody already knows the rules. That's how old boys clubs work. So Lucky already knew. And yeah, just knowing that he was very likely, I mean, it wasn't personal, I don't think. They weren't like, ooh, Lucky is going to be plowing on this road. Let's make sure we can blame him. I don't think it was personal like that. But yeah, I tend to think that was potentially going to be one of the outs, one of the explanations, one of the cover-ups. Must have been the plow driver. We just didn't even see him. He must have slipped, hit his head, and then the plow hit him. Nobody knew. Terrible, unfortunate accident. Maybe don't even send Lucky to jail. It's just a terrible accident. He fell. He was covered in snow. Couldn't see him. Sharon Smith, thank you for your time, knowledge, explanations, and coverage. Karen Reed is free. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. That girl went and got herself free. Dollyhood. Hey, girl. I just wanted to say hi to you and Jeff. You doing any coverage about Diddy's defense next week? Please. Oh, man. I'm like a million years behind on Diddy. And the problem with Diddy, too, no camera. No camera. So very difficult to get good information out of the courtroom. There are some sources. I know Inner City Press has been live tweeting it. Joe Good Logic, of course, has been in the courtroom. He's given some good insight into the courtroom. I doubt I'm gonna be trying to get caught up on Diddy stuff at any real soon point in time. We'll see. Maybe if something happens, it's kind of intriguing. I did see they have some issue with a jury leak or a leak of something having to do with the jury, and the judge isn't buying the denials. Can't tell if it's more likely to have come from the defense or from the prosecution, but they're both saying we know nothing about it, and the judge is saying one of you is lying. That can be interesting, but only if there's follow through, only if the judge actually has the balls to do something about it. And it's not clear that they do. So we'll see. Not planning on Diddy, but I won't take it off the table either. Okay. I'll tell you that. Thorn PhD. Thanks, Andrea. Well, thank you, Thorn PhD. We love our PhDs here in the chat. Got Got a few of them. We love the brainy place they make it. Mike 1967 is gifted 20 memberships. Mike, you are the best. You're gonna like make me come live to talk about something just so I can see the beautiful green chat. Ethan Morgan, if I were the FBI, I'd be watching the McAlberts communications after the verdict just in case something slips. Guys, this is literally a stage in a law enforcement investigation. You have the undercover part, or like the secret part, the part where you're investigating and you're not letting anybody know what's going on. But then you have the part where you out to them that you're looking. And part of the reason why you transition from I'm going to look around at all this stuff and nobody's going to know what I'm looking at, to transitioning to, okay, now they're going to know I'm looking, so you can watch them react. It's part of the strategy of the investigation. Watch how they react. They figure out you're looking. What do? Do they go and, for example, delete a bunch of texts, or take their SIM phone out of their card and put it in a bag and drive it to a military base and throw it in a separate dumpster from the phone itself? To be a fly on the wall in the office of the Assistant U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts today. You have to wonder. Skyway, what a great victory for our justice system. Sends a message to every little boy and girl that you too can get justice if you can afford a Hall of Fame legal team. That is the message, isn't it? That is one of the messages. Unfortunate, but hard to argue with. Hard to argue with it. Nicoletta Konstantaki, ridiculous bullying this woman with lawsuits now. I mean, in some ways it's kind of inevitable. You know, as soon as there was an accusation that she killed him, it was kind of inevitable from that. Maybe if she was, again, a more typical criminal defense client who didn't have resources, insurance, a home, assets, things like that that can satisfy a judgment. By and large, I'd say your average criminal defendant is pretty judgment proof. You can go ahead and sue. There's nothing you can get, so they don't bother. She's going to have insurance. She's going to have all these things. Guys, it's pretty routine. Like in that respect, it's not personal. It's business. This is the system. This is how it's made to work. It's how it's made to work. It's not personal at all to be suing her. It's just what you do when somebody is accused of causing somebody else's death, if they have insurance or some other kind of asset that you might be able to go get. So we'll see what kind of development, if any, we get from that lawsuit. Evidence is my favorite color. The amount of joy I feel for someone I've never met. Incredible. Thank you for all your coverage. You are my go-to until the next one. Well, thank you for that. This one has been very satisfying. It's been a very positive experience, very celebratory. It's great to see everybody feel so good, feel so reassured. Maybe not everything is right with the world, but at least this one piece of it is. Okay. And guys, we watched this trial for 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And guess what? We weren't crazy. That's right. That's right. We weren't crazy. The jury saw it the same way. Palmyra Media, they won't, from Mansfield to Dedham to Newton are all snobs and either related or related by 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. In terms of any kind of, I don't know, reform, reaction. Something like that. You know, the first step to any kind of reconciliation, got a community. If I take the town of Canton's statement at face value, that there is in fact something of a divide in the community between folks who think that justice was done and folks who do not. If you're going to have any kind of a reconciliation, you have to first acknowledge that you were wrong. You got to acknowledge that you were wrong. You got to acknowledge the impact you had on other people. And then you really need to make some effort to make it up to them. Atone. You got to atone. But I'm telling you, where most people trip is just on that first requirement, admitting you were wrong. Nope, I'm not expecting it from Canton. I'm not expecting it from MSP. I'm not expecting it from the O'Keefes. I'm not expecting it from Hank Brennan. I'm not expecting it from any of them. Maybe I'm jaded. But it would be a surprise to see that level of insight and self-reflection. Because if you were capable of that type of thing, it probably would have crossed your mind not to prosecute this case in the first place. So I'm not expecting that. Bev sitting on the scales. I suppose I can get off the scales now. Thanks for your coverage and level-headed wisdom. I guess you can. I guess you can. He probably only, bent them slightly, slightly out of shape, distorted the thing. So it's only going to be a little bit wonky for the next trial in this courtroom. I'm sure it's totally trustworthy next time. It'll be like the most professional thing you've ever seen in a courtroom. Shiraz sidebar transcripts fund donation. Well, thank you for that. Let me make a note. They should be available. Sidebar transcripts. Sidebar transcripts. Who wants them? Let me put the word out. See if anybody's getting those. I'll put out the feelers. See what there is. That could be fun to see, guys. It really could. Todd Larson, you really hit your stride the last week of trial. You passive-aggressive sweetheart, Burkhart. Thanks for the great coverage. I take that personally. I feel like there is nothing passive about my aggression, okay? I'm totally fine to just walk up and hit you in the face. It's not a problem. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. It's been a bit of a long one, not gonna lie, but it has been a fun one, and it has been just satisfying. Karma is a good thing to see unfold, and it's a lot to be jaded about in criminal justice, And so I think, a lot of us have this protective habit of expecting the worst. Just expect the worst, and then you won't be disappointed. So it's a nice surprise. It's a nice surprise to not be let down. I'm glad all of you were here to not be let down with me too. Susan C. has gifted some memberships. Thank you so much for that, Susan C. Christy NC, Supreme Court, June 12th, 2025, FTCA and government immunity. Let me look this up. What date did you say? June 12th, 2025. I have not really been following the docket. I'll have to hunt this down. Was this the U.S. Tax Court? No, I don't think so. Well, I'll have to hunt down what this is about, but FTCA, is that fair trade CA, FTCA. I'm spacing this one a little bit, guys. What's this one? Martin v. U.S. Oh, the one where they raided the wrong house. Yes. Yes, the Federal Tort Claims Act, FTCA Federal Tort Claims Act. Yeah, and they raided the wrong house. Maybe we'll do a stream about that. You want to do that? That's always fun. It's nice when, you know, you get a little bit of an opportunity to, you know, not be victimized by the government. So yeah, they let the case go forward. I remember. Yeah, I mean the immunity isn't absolute. I think part of the challenge we have with the 1983 stuff is that it's just so much of it is judge made. You know, you can adopt a statute and you can be as specific as you want about what you're allowing, what you're not allowing, what you're immune from, what you're not immune from, and you know, whatever your statute says will be given effect with that. But if they don't explicitly say, Congress doesn't explicitly say, here's the extent to which we are waiving our sovereign immunity, then that's part of the question that the court goes in and answers when they're looking at whether you can, you know, sue under this act or not. So the problem with 1983 is it's apparently got very broad language. Any person who violates the rights of another, etc. Any person seems pretty broad. And so the court has had to come in. It's just a little too easy to get accountability from your government. So the courts had to come in and say, well, any person but the judge or the prosecutor or the cop or the court clerk or the probation officer or the CPS worker or. I'll check that out. Thanks for bringing that up, Christy NC. Hanky eats Bev's ham. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Bad visual. Will the jury come forward? Let's hope. Let's hope they do. It would be fascinating to hear from them. I know we'd all like to hear that. Odin's martyr, would the Lexus still be in pieces when returned? It looked like they had to put it together at least well enough to be able to haul it out to the scene for the view. So I don't know if it's operational. Don't know what happens if you try to turn the key. But she should be able to get the pieces back. Not uncommon to get your property back in pieces, broken, no longer working. Too bad, so sad. I've always been of the opinion that should be a takings issue. The government can take your property as evidence. It's a public use, using your property as evidence in a court proceeding. That's a public use. The government can take it for that, but they should have to pay you for it. But they don't. Just my opinion, they should, but no, they don't. Carrie Mache, I can see the lights in your eyes. Great works, Andrea. My lights. Telling you, these lights are everything. These lights are a little bit of a miracle at 5 o'clock in the morning. Trust me, brah. Please, FBI, continue your investigation into the corruption for Officer John O'Keefe and for the sake of us living in Massachusetts. Thank God for Karen's freedom from this nightmare. Andrea, you've been a blessing. Thank you. Well, thank you. Amen to this. Oh, you got to wonder sometimes what does it take? What does it take to get the folks who investigate the police, the corruption? What does it take to get them interested? Guys, if bumper sprinkles doesn't do it, what are you even going to be interested in? This is some old school frame job kind of stuff. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Wow. Wow. Check this out, guys. Proctor is going to be on 2020 tonight. Oh, ABC that thought Karen Reed thought the Commonwealth proved their case. No kidding, ABC. They're going to have Proctor on. Well, I wonder what he's going to have to say. We'll double down in gaslighting, perhaps. Yeah, I'm willing to bet we are not going to get any kind of public criticism of the court, the process, anything like that from any member of the defense team because they're classy. But I think we are going to get the gaslighting self-pity parade from Michael Proctor et al. "2020 will have to pardon me if I missed that one." Steve C., if you have the initials KR, just stay off the state's radar. Sheesh. Apparently, unless you're Kerry Roberts, then you're fine. You can even lie to the grand jury and nobody really cares. So just make sure that it's the right KR. Mr. Reed's paint tape. I was at the courthouse for the verdict. It was amazing. Thank you for sharing your genius and covering this case. I bet that was quite a good time. I bet that was very exciting. Nothing quite like being in a big crowd like that when you're all on the same page. You're all waiting for the same thing, hoping for the same thing. Then it got delivered. I bet that was very fantastic. Donnie B., miscarriage of justice, McAlberts? Really? How about no sadness or grief for John in your group text? Just tell them the guy never went in the house. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the transformation into John's besties is really complete with this trial, isn't it? And that didn't Hank Brennan say something about that? Jim McCabe was his best friend. It's probably news to Kurt Roberts and Mike Camerano, but I don't know. Don't know who John's best friend was, but reasonably confident it was not Jim McCabe. Reasonably confident it was not Jim McCabe. No, I mean, we know it's never been about John. John's always been the skin suit to put on and wear, and to wave him around, use him as a shield. How dare you? You attack me, you're attacking John. We're the same. That is a narcissistic type of response. But that's what we've seen. Redondo Beach. When did the FBI originally get involved? We don't know the exact time frame. As far as we know, the official things started happening in the spring of 2023. As far as we know now, after the trial, the first official thing was showing up at Jen McCabe's house to have an interview with her. And she, freaked the fuck out and called everybody on the phone, be like, the FBI is at my house. And then it was after that the grand jury subpoenas started to arrive. So that's the first action that we know about. If they were already doing the interview and preparing for a grand jury, it's extremely unlikely that they were just at the beginning at that point. By the time you've gone in and interviewed a subject like this out of the cold, out of the blue, you've done some pre-work to prepare for that. But we don't know. We don't know. Lots we don't know about the FBI investigation. Certainly nothing going on in state court now that should make it problematic to reveal any of that, but we know that they're probably not going to. Odin's martyr, hot take. Brennan is a true lawyer for the people. He got Bolger convicted and Reed acquitted. Yeah. How do you like being the guy who's two major legal accomplishments on his resume were both losses, both getting his ass handed to him? I cut him slack on Whitey Bulger. That wasn't a winnable case. He was never going to win that case. So I don't really blame him for losing that. But you know, I don't have a lot of prosecutors that lose cases, man. Like you gotta be not very good. You gotta be not very good. When Lally did better than you, oof. That is a rough legacy to have to live with. And somehow I bet it is all Turtle Boy's fault somehow. Z, can KR sue McAlbert and Carrie for lies that charged her? Can she charge the lies that charge her? Defamation, theoretically. I mean, defamation is your way to sue for a lie, and the damage caused is a little bit extreme. You don't normally see, prosecutors relied on her, grand jury relied on her, and indicted me, and I had to go through this trial and all of that. At some point, there's probably a superseding cause problem with, like, it's the grand jury that decided to impose the need for a trial and not Carrie Roberts. That wasn't something that Carrie did. It did necessarily flow from what Carrie did, what the McAlberts did. I mean, I'll put this as a maybe. Maybe she could. It would face hurdles. It, pretty much always does. But maybe a defamation if they could prove it. And it's got to be also, by the way, statements outside of the court process. Because remember, lying in court, that's actually litigation privileged. It's actually litigation privileged. They're so concerned about, we don't want to dissuade people from testifying truthfully in court, that we'll go ahead and allow them to testify falsely. Not worry about it too much. We'll give them the privilege. You can still be criminally convicted, of course. Is that going to happen? Of course not. We already know that. So I would say that the odds on this are very, very slim, but never know. Lissy Quinn, happy for Karen Reed. I pray John O'Keefe's family receives justice. FBI, do your thing. Jen's 911 call sus. Call it in, but don't say it's a cop. Avoided heavy police presence and a proper investigation. Guys, the more that this went on, the more it seemed really clear that they had a heads up down there at Canton PD. They already knew. We have Brian Higgins showing up at 2-something in the morning. We have Carrie Roberts calling good on the non-emergency line at 5:30 or whenever that was, 5 in the morning. And they got that offhand comment about the Blizzard party. And, he didn't come home. We have, what's his name? Gallagher being notified that something's going on and then somehow ending up at John O'Keefe's house instead. Guys, word was already going out this whole morning, is how I see it. Gallagher just got wires crossed, but they all already knew. John O'Keefe is on Brian Alberts' lawn, and at some point, it's going to have to be dealt with. To me, that is just that's the logical interpretation of who all was present and what they said and what they did and how they acted. I think they had the heads up that there was going to be something that they needed to deal with, to take care of. So they were all ready to do that as soon as the call came in. And I think Jen's 911 call is part of that. You're at 34 Fairview. You already know. You already know that you know. I'd like to see the FBI do their thing, but I'm not going to get my hopes up about that. Linda BP with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. Linda BP. April Sims, so happy for this outcome, but pondering how the O'Keefes could see and hear 2 seasons of this shit show and still think Karen is responsible. Guys, I'm just going to say it. Hate is a powerful motivator. They want it to be her. They want it to be her because they hate her. Wanting it to be her, That can really distort your perception of reality, evidence, what's reasonable, what's not reasonable, what's clear, what isn't clear. They want it to be her. And that may be why we're even here today, because of how badly they want it to be her. Shite Show Supervisor. Thank you, Andrea, and the best mods for an excellent trial watch. Your explanation of the law is so clear and concise, and you, the mods and chat, are mature when it counts and hilarious the rest of the time. Fantastic news to wake up to here in Australia. That is a happy morning. That is a happy morning. That is a great way to wake up. I'm glad that you got to have that experience. I'm glad you're here with us. I remember the day I woke up, the overseas trial I had been following, Depp versus NGN over there in the UK. And so the verdict had come out overnight, and I wake up to a verdict, and it was not good. And it was not good. And then we had to read the whole 80 some pages of the opinion. And it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. That was not a good day. So I'm glad you had a better experience with watching a foreign trial than I did. Afix, Runkle should play Bev in the movie. Thanks for the great coverage and insight throughout. Does Runkle have does he have that level of I just feel like this is an insult somehow to Runkle, you know? Not that Runkle can't be snarky, not that Runkle can't be sharp. Throw some elbows. But just Bev is just so whiny about it. Now Ian would own it a lot more. I don't know. Poor Ian. He doesn't deserve that. He really doesn't. Sometimes, it's the problem with a really great casting is then you're forever stuck as that character. Like, people will never see you as anything else. That kid in Deliverance never had a chance of a career because you're always going to be that kid. And you have the rare ones like Eric Stoltz in Mask, and I think it was just because he was so made up. You see Eric Stoltz, as an adult in the movie, and you don't put two and two together because he had all the prosthetics on and stuff like that. But as soon as you know who he is, you're like, oh yeah, the Mask guy. You just end up stuck in that particular role. And I would hate for Bev to be where Ian is stuck. Melissa Garcia, your creator comment sticks with me. Life in ruins. Yeah, this is what the system does, guys. This is the process. This is why any justice that you get, human justice, man, this is human justice. And there's a lot of people a lot wiser than I am who can tell you a lot about why it's just not a great system to put your faith in. A lot of failings, very imperfect. And this is a part of why. It's built into the process to leave your life a smoking crater once you've been accused. Very, very difficult to get that back. So Karen's life will never be the same, but the hope, and I think a realistic one in her situation, is that it will be transformative. This will be an opportunity for something new. This is not going to be, go back home to cry over what was lost. She found a mission, and she found a calling, and she found a lot of support. And I think she's going to find a way for that to continue to motivate her and move her forward. And she's going to have a new life that's nothing like the one that she had before. It's going to be nothing like anything she ever envisioned or ever probably wanted. But I think she'll get a new life. And that's the process, isn't it? That's the process. This thing ends, it gets composted, eaten by the worms, and turned into something new. That's just how it goes. Giraffe Gal, why do you think Bev picked the jury foreman? She did. I heard he was not a good note taker. Yeah, I saw that he had not taken any notes throughout the entire trial. I think a few people had reported that. As far as I can tell, she picked him because he was sitting in seat number 1. That's what she did in the first trial. She just picked the person who's sitting in seat number 1. So just to be consistent, I would expect and hope that she does that in every trial, that it's not just Karen Reed's trial where we pick juror number 1. But that is the system that she used in both times that we watched the trial here. So somewhat circumstantial. Now, they did have that whole little musical chairs routine that they did early on, like day 4, day 5, something like that, very early on in the trial. Remember? God, it seems like a million years ago. We were worried about people making faces and people reacting and people talking. And remember, she had to chastise the jurors. Some people are trying to listen. She was nicer about it than that, but that was the gist of it. Oh, so much has happened in this case. Doesn't that feel like a million years ago when that happened? So yeah, I think it was just, I think this was just, that's the pattern that she said in the first trial, and she stuck with it this time. Jen Lux, if you had to pick one person to take an FBI deal and squeal, who would you choose? As far as who I would want to, or who I think is most likely. In terms of who I would want to, I would say Proctor, because I think that would just be, it would be poetic justice. Yes, everyone would like to see him in prison for what he's done, but he's at least suffered some consequence already. You know, the court of public opinion, obviously he's destroyed, and there would be some, I think, poetic justice to drag him down, you know, degrade him a little bit more by turning him into a run-of-the-mill snitch. For Proctor to just become a snitch, that would be some kind of poetic justice, I think. Who might be most likely? Maybe Julie. Maybe Julie Albert. And the main reason why is just because she seems not that bright. She seems not very smart. And so maybe just not even a like on purpose kind of deal, but just inadvertently give away the game, maybe. You know, she gave the wrong timeline when she gave the first statement to law enforcement, right? She told them how Jen had called her at 4:30 in the morning, and that's how she learned that John died. That was bad. That was the wrong thing to say. She had the story about showing up the next morning to put the donuts and the coffee out in the car in Bryan Albert Jr.'s car out in the driveway because it was his birthday, but you didn't knock on the house. And then it was like weird when you were invited in. I don't know, just this story that didn't land about why are you showing up at the house to put donuts in the frozen car. So maybe Julie, just because she's not smart enough to keep up the story, put a little bit of pressure on her, and I'm not sure she'd be able to. No, Jen would be happy to riff on any kind of any kind of story you need her to tell. She'll make it up on the fly, no problem at all. But I just didn't get that kind of smarts from Julie. Mavka, in 2017, Bevan Lally tried to convict Yan Long Chow on very similar charges. He also walked, "I'll miss you while you go for smokes again." Well, I won't be gone for super long. I mean, like I said, Kohberger is going to be right around the corner. There's going to be more, and there's usually something interesting going on in the meantime. But, nothing intense like this for sure. But, we'll be back. We'll be back for Kohberger. So I don't know much about this case. Jeff sent me some notes behind the scene. It says, a Quincy, Massachusetts resident was charged with first-degree murder in the September 2016 death of his ex-wife, Zhen Li. Prosecutors alleged Chow intentionally ran over Lee 4 times with a minivan in their shared driveway, following arguments over his gambling habits. Chow maintained the incident was an accident, claiming he blacked out or felt dizzy. Chow was indicted in March 2017, held without bail for 18 months, and released on $50,000 bail in October 2018. A Norfolk Superior Court jury acquitted him of murder on October 29, 2019, after 2 days of deliberation. His attorney, Scott Martin, stated the jury rejected the prosecution's claim of intentional killing, expressing hope for family healing. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office respected the verdict, but offered no further comment. Sounds like an interesting case. Alleged he intentionally ran over her 4 times. Like, did she even have a right arm left? Like, was it chewed down to the bone by then? I mean, how else could you have how else could they have told if it wasn't for like the total absence of bruising on his body? Was that the giveaway? Interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Sounds like an interesting case to look into, possibly. Our Redfoot. Costs much to get Hella to design us a custom AB's Sharpies emoji. Good question for Hella. Good question for Hella. A Sharpie emoji. That's not a bad one. Not a bad one. Leslie SMA, Karen is going to need time to grieve. I hope people respect that and give her some space, to process. I would expect a lot of the grief has already happened because she's been living with this for so long. And so all the things like her old life has been lost for years now. She had to give up on that a long time ago. The expectations of what the future is going to look like, she had to give up on that a long time ago. The hopes that she had, the relationships that she's lost because of this. She probably had to grieve for a lot of that a long time ago. But this is still going to be a really overwhelming experience and a lot to process. And yes, she should absolutely feel free to take as much time as she needs to just make sure that she's right. She's where she needs to be. She's healthy. She's ready to talk. When she's ready to talk, I'm sure she will. TG, can you talk about the discovery rules for a civil trial? Many things can be exposed. Yes, could be another big win of sorts for Karen Reed. Yeah, the big difference in Massachusetts between the civil and the criminal discovery seems to be that this criminal discovery, for whatever reason, they have the court highly involved in that. It looks like the discovery process runs through the court. So the court approves, like if we're going to send out third-party subpoenas and things like that, the court is very involved in what you get to go look at and what you don't. Civil discovery is attorney run. So unless somebody objects to what you're trying to do, files a motion in court to try to make you not be allowed to do it, you just have a lot more freedom to conduct discovery in that type of a situation than you do when the court is overseeing it, putting its thumb on the scale. And the civil standard for discovery, it's extremely broad. It's just, is this likely to lead to the admission, to the discovery of admissible evidence? That's it. Does it advance really in any way at all my theory of the case? Is it going to help me? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Something, some fact that's at issue that affects liability, then you can probably discover it. So it does have the potential to be very broad. I would question how much is even still out there. We already know this, the deleting spree. They already deleted the video, they already deleted the metadata, deleted the text messages and stuff like that. I don't necessarily have a lot of confidence that there's a great deal that's still out there. But to the extent there has been any kind of ongoing cover-up activity that has extended into more recent days, well, that might be on the menu. Could be interesting to see. Sometimes you got to be careful with the civil trial. You got to be careful what you wish for. We just saw that with the Blake Lively case. Had to throw out her cause of action because she didn't realize, yeah, if you claim you got PTSD, they're going to be able to look into your mental health records. Nope, backed off of that. She was smarter than Amber Heard on that issue. My baffled brain. Andrea, you are a law queen. Thank you for your coverage and teaching us all about the law. Today was a great day. Karen is free. Today was a great day. Today was a great day. It's nice to have days like this. You get to share them with everybody. Shark. Don Henry and Kevin Ives, 2 boys unalived in 1987 by corrupt Arkansas government officials involved in coke smuggling ring. Their likely killer locked up on Fed charges in 2016. Justice finds a way. I'm going to write that one down too. Don Henry and Kevin Ives. Arkansas. It does. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes an awful long time like this. Gosh, 30 years. 30 years. Imagine, just imagine. It's horrible. Ariane, the vegetarian. Please tell me you've watched Jeff's streams reading the Depp v. Heard sidebar transcripts. I've rewatched part 12 to 17 more than a handful times. So I didn't watch every single one. I did get clips, and I did start watching pieces of them. I never did watch the entire thing though. But yeah, and I saw some, I think, on Emily's channel too. The Depp v. Heard sidebars, guys. I mean, there was a lot there. Just from the very beginning, the opening moments of the sidebar transcripts are Elaine getting her ass handed to her because Amber made that statement on Instagram about the trial, and they weren't supposed to say anything. And of course, it never went anywhere. You know, there was a lot to like about Judge Azcarate, but I found her a little bit overly tolerant of certain shenanigans she shouldn't have been tolerant of. But so nothing came of it, but it was yeah, a roller coaster. One moment after another. It's just fascinating to see. It's kind of like getting to see into the jury's mind. You know, we're watching the trial, we're watching it live, we're seeing them argue. We're saying that, you know, we know what they're talking about, but they don't tell us what the issue is. Of course, we're not stating objections. We just end up at sidebar. I mean, it could be anything. It could be anything. I can't wait to see, like, how often is it going to be like the jury, where the jury sometimes is just going down. They've just gone down a road. 5 in the morning for DUI. Who was even thinking about that? Well, this jury thought about it. Okay. And it occurred to them, we should go down that road. We should go down the 5 a.m. DUI road. How often is a sidebar going to be like that, where they just went down this road that's completely unlike what anybody anticipated? How often is the sidebar going to be like that? We think this is like an ordinary hearsay or something like that, an ordinary hearsay objection. Nope. Oh, nope. We're talking about, I mean, God knows what. I'll be interested to see. Yeah, the sidebars can be good. We're going to have to keep our eyes open, see if anybody is already working on that. Dancing Beagle, the most expensive DUI trial ever. Thanks for your coverage. Possibly. I wonder if Google knows. No, just Karen Reed. Everything. You look up what's the most expensive DUI in history. And you just get a lot of Karen Reed content. So that one's that one, the algorithm has gotten blasted with that one today. So Tobeans 1, far less litigious here in the UK. Thanks for recommending White Silver Needle tea, Andrea. Love it. I'm glad you love it. Oh, it's just my favorite. I love it so much. You guys are less litigious in the UK. In fact, I expect most places in the world are probably less litigious than us. Not entirely sure why that is. Some of it could be structural. The whole we don't pay the winner's attorney fees kind of thing. So as long as you want to pay for it, you can sue. And there's not necessarily a huge downside of doing that. But I think a lot of it is just cultural too. When I was down in Chile, I was having a conversation with one of the guides about just liability stuff when you're guiding and you're on a trek and things like that. And it was partly came up because I'm out with this trekking company and I had to sign their release, and it was just strange. It was the weirdest looking release I'd ever seen. Like, it's not very good. So I kind of told him, like, I was just really interested in your release because frankly, it doesn't seem like it does much. He's like, oh no, like they really don't down there. They really don't do anything. There's law about what the guide's obligations are and their responsibilities. So apparently, if you're a guide down in Chile, you have a responsibility to render aid, like out in the wilderness. So you come across somebody, they're not part of your trip, nothing like that. It doesn't matter. You still have a duty to stop and help them and to like make sure people are safe. So they kind of have this extra responsibility by virtue of being in a position to lead groups out into the wilderness. And so it was just an interesting conversation because there seems to be a lot more room for liability in Chile because of things like that. Like you don't have, it's state by state up here, but you don't generally have a duty to render aid unless a statute specifically says you do. You don't have a duty to stop and help people on the trail. Like their problem is their problem. So this is just a way of expanding liability. And yet just culturally, it seems like it doesn't really exist. Like just because you can do it doesn't mean that people do. So I don't know why we are litigious like we are, but we are. Ash the Myth, was John O'Keefe's family in the courtroom for the verdict? They were. Yes, they were. Time and tide for Nay Man Bide. I've just seen on Twitter there's a Proctor interview releasing tonight. I think it was Karen Reed updates, retweet by lawyer, Yeah, we saw it. And who's the grifter and who's a grifter? And who's grifting off of tragedy now? Michael Proctor, of all people, is what you're going to go with, but they know it'll get the views, right? They know people are going to hate watch, see what kind of a train wreck it is. Probably had to film the interview before, right? This isn't going to be something they sat down and filmed after the verdict. Seems unlikely. I'll wait for the recaps on it. I don't feel a need to give it my attention. Carrie Mache, no, it's a spiritual thing. Light in your eyes. YouTube messes with the text, I mean. Yes, good job. Photog, but good job with your soul. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate the compliments. I'm not always good at dealing with them. It just makes me feel a little, I don't know. You know how it is. I just feel a little awkward sometimes. People say such nice things about me and about this channel and stuff. And it speaks to the power of perspective, I think, because for me, there's like nothing at all extraordinary about anything that I'm doing here. I'm watching TV and I'm talking about it. It's like, what could be less interesting than that? And yet here all of you are. And so, just hard to internalize, I think, sometimes how different people's perspectives, do not necessarily correspond with mine, but I don't don't intend to argue with you or anything like that. Just explaining. I don't always see the compliment or get it because it's just not where my perspective is at. But I do really appreciate you saying that. It's a very kind thing to say. Debbie with the super sticker. Thanks so much for that, Debbie. Very nice of you. Carolyn Smith, thank you for being the best commentary on YouTube. I will miss you in my ear as I've had the past many weeks. You made meeting my steps every day a joy. Hey, if I could help you out with the step mission, that is important work right there. I am so glad I could contribute to that. I need to be working on my steps now. When does she get the Lexus back? Ha ha, sorry if already answered. You know, if I were feeling especially petty, I might have walked straight from that courthouse down to the Norfolk County District Attorney's office with my copy of the verdict and the judgment, the sentence, all that stuff. Walked right down. Here you go. Case is over. I'll be taking my car back. Where shall I pick it up? Would you like to meet me out front with the keys? If I was feeling especially petty, I might just go ahead and go push the issue. There's no reason for them to continue to hold it. So you give them a little bit of leeway for paperwork. Got to document everything, which is fair. They can't just be handing away the car to whoever shows up with whatever reason they say they want the car. But that's very, very small window of time to play around with giving me back the car. Rich Parsons, what do you think about the prosecutor and defense already having an agreement on the OUI charge? I just think that, like I said, I don't think Brennan really cared at this point. I don't know how you're going to try to make an argument, that she should be treated differently. It was always kind of the risk that she would do that, but how do you get up in court and be like, no, she should be treated differently from everybody else? Like once it's framed that way by the defense, she should get the same sentence as anybody else in this situation. Like once it's framed that way, how do you be like, no, it should be worse for her. She hasn't been convicted of anything else, but it would take some fight. And I don't think he had any fight left in him. He doesn't care about this OUI. This OUI is a humiliation. It doesn't salve his wounds at all. To get a little more jail time or something like that. He needed the homicide and didn't get it. Tanny, someone in another chat said Gary Busey as Bev. Kills me to think about it. Yeah, I thought about Gary Busey both as Bev and as Hank Brennan. I think he could pull off either role. I mean, what can we say? The man has range. Chop trials. I have found in life that those occurrences I thought was life over for me ended up being blessings that were stepping stones to where I was meant to be. I have to believe the same for Karen. # so glad she's free. Well, it is. It's a good insight because transition is painful, but it's transformative. You're not going to make any kind of progress if you are afraid of pain. Or if you're not willing to endure hardship. Everything, everything good in life requires some effort. And yeah, these moments, these are the ones that tell you what you're made of. You don't know. We can always sit here and guess. We can think, oh man, if I was in that situation, here's what I would do. And you can tell yourself a whole story about who you think you are, but then you actually end up in that situation. You actually end up getting tested, and sometimes it's not what you thought. So you can learn some very important lessons that way, and then you can be faced with decisions. What does that mean? Where do I go from there? I have to imagine Karen has gone through just an incredible cycle of believing she may have done it, to being horrified that, she's being blamed for it, to like realizing this isn't right to realizing this isn't fair. I mean, just an incredible process she's had to go through. But I would expect that in a lot of that, there have been moments where she would blame herself. Isn't that what Dr. Russell told us? Like the normal thing to do with grief, you blame yourself. And it's not real, it's not right, but it's normal to be like, God, because your life can change in a second. You can have one of these moments. Changes everything in a second. And you go through that grief process for what you thought was going to be and what's not anymore. What you thought was real and now have to accept isn't. And I'm sure that Karen has gone through that over and over and over again. God, if only we hadn't gone out to drink, if only I hadn't flirted with Higgins, if only, and it's like none of these things, you can't be like, well, it's her fault that this happened because of that thing. But people just have a way of looking at, here's the series of events that led up to this event. And if any of those ones could have changed, maybe we wouldn't get this event. You can kind of regress that infinitely. If I'd have never been born, none of this would have happened either. So I think those are very normal processes for people to go through when they face moments of real challenge like this. And so, yeah, you do get kind of faced with a choice of, well, what are you going to do? Like, I wish I could have done something different, but I didn't. Here we are. And all you can do is move forward and move forward the best you can. And, just different things that you might learn from it. So let's hope that this ends up being, I think, a blessing in disguise. Might be a little too rose colored for what she's gone through. We don't want to try to pretend like we're glad that this happened. At the end of the day, nobody, I think, is going to be glad that this happened. But at least to see it as the inflection point where everything was different after that. And it's okay because it got better. It was a shitty thing that happened, but we grew from it. It's really the best you can hope for. Todd Larson, can we get serious? There is only one anti-Bev, and that is Jennifer Coolidge. Jennifer Coolidge, I think, would be pretty good. I think she would be pretty good. She just has the, Dory, airheaded kind of quality to her. Oh, that happened yesterday? I forgot. Is that in evidence? Sumo, all free Karen Read supporters should now focus on Richard Allen. Richard Allen is in the long, dark nighttime of the soul, waiting for the appeal process to start to move. Last I saw, we're still getting extensions on the transcripts being filed. So what are we, 7 months out? No, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, we're about 7 months out from when we got the verdict. And probably still a ways to go before there's really a lot to look at in that case. Kind of looking forward to the transcripts being out because curious to see, obviously I feel like my notes are pretty good. Of course I feel that way. But it's going to be good to see when the transcript is available, everybody can see for themselves. This is verbatim what happened in court. How do my notes age after that? I'll be interested to see. I'm going to try to improve the process, where we can. But that was the downside with Richard Allen. Unfortunately, just like the Diddy trial, there was no cameras. So Very difficult to get information. I happened to be there in the courtroom. That's how I got it. But soon if the transcripts are out there, then other people will be able to see for themselves. Nigel Brayshaw, arrogant Karen, has got away with murder. I hope that John O'Keefe gets justice eventually once the crazy TikTokers and YouTube lawyers. I like the quotes, the irony quotes on the YouTube lawyers go out of fashion again. I know. I didn't even get my bar card from the YouTube Bar Association. I'm a fraud. Thanks for the $5, Nigel. Hope you are having the day that you deserve. Ariane, the vegetarian, never mind. Jeff 1 reminded me you were on part 4 of Jeff 2's. I guess I forgot about that too. Oh man, I miss Jeff. It's been a minute. We miss him. He would have enjoyed today. Wouldn't he have enjoyed today? He would have enjoyed this whole trial. Sad to miss him. Ariane the vegetarian, Lady Elaine Fairchild from Mr. Rogers is Elaine. I don't remember Lady Elaine Fairchild. I'd have to look her up. Oh yeah, she is. She got the hair and everything. I forgot about her. Yeah, she is. She is very Elaine, isn't she? My goodness. That's a little bit uncanny. Well, guys, did we ever get that public statement? Ever get any kind of public statement from prosecutor's office or anything like that? Not seeing anything. I do see something here I'll share just because it's fun, so why not? Who doesn't like the crowd? Who doesn't like the crowd? That's the on the ground experience. I guess. Yep. That's what today was all about, guys. Look at that celebration. Silly string even. Somebody's got the silly string. Yep. That's what it was about today. So I just thought, that might be a fun way to wrap us up, guys. Little celebration. We did it. And perhaps nobody is more surprised than me that, hey, it worked out. Wow. They freed Karen Reed, guys. Hardly even sunk in. They did it. They put an end to it. It's over. No more. It's good to celebrate. Sure, I'm interested to see that statement from the prosecution, though, aren't we? Mr. Morrissey, suddenly so quiet? Suddenly nothing to say? Rainman YKF, my membership was butt dialed. Thanks for the coverage. Awesome as usual. Gonna join Runkle tonight. I'll check it out. I am going to go to boxing tonight. I have not been as regular as I normally like to be in my life, but I find that sitting all day and then going to boxing don't necessarily work all that well together. So I'm going to do that for sure, but that's just like an hour and a half. So if Runkle is still going, I would love to celebrate with Ian. That sounds like a good time to me. So guys, hey, that's it. Off with you now. Karen Reed's done. She's freed. She's freed. Close this door. Move on to the next one. Move on to the next one. Now it's time to see what looks like justice over in Boise. See what that looks like. The upside of a little bit better run courtroom, in my opinion. Still got a judge that is awfully friendly to the prosecution, awfully favorable to the prosecution, but at least from my perspective so far, within the range of what's kind of normal judicial discretion. But certainly not being bossed around in his own courtroom the way some people, the way that some folks just seem unable to hold anybody in line, put them in their place. That is not the issue we have with Judge Hippler. So that case, guys, that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one because it's a terrible crime. What happened to those 4 kids? And it does not look like they have the strongest case in the universe, but it also looks like the public is already pretty well positive that Bryan Kohberger did it. And so it's just not going to be real clear how well this jury trial is going to do as a vetting of facts. We're going to have to just see. There's a lot of mystery surrounding that one. Matilda with a heart. Thank you so much for that, Matilda. I really appreciate that. And then Rain Man, YKF, my membership was butt dialed. You should make an outro like that with the bathrobe. No bathrobe. I'm not doing the bathrobe. I know one of these days, maybe I should like make fancy intro, outro videos, stuff like that. It seems like a thing that the YouTubers do. Not necessarily great at this YouTube thing, guys, but I do enjoy it. And that's why I keep coming back to it. So yeah, we're done with Karen Reed. It's kind of hard to mentally close that door. It's been such a big part of our lives. I'll share with you. This is where I ended up. This trial. This is this trial's note collection. You see that? And then I'll add it to the note collection from last trial. So all that's gonna, go in a closet somewhere pretty soon. Fade into the depths of time. See what happens in Norfolk County. See if this case has some lasting power. Surely I'm not the only one curious to know. Don't you have nothing to say, Mr. Morrissey? After all this? Nothing to say to the public about today's outcome? Your role in it, your decisions? Nothing to say, really? Almost like he doesn't expect to be held responsible for any of that. There's definitely going to be some fallout. It seems inevitable. So I'm sure this isn't the last we have heard of Norfolk County and corruption and those types of issues. But we're finally at the end of the road. We're going to close the door on the trial. It's over. It's done. She's free. She's free. She's free. Now all we got to do is decide where we're going to take that energy next. So you already know where I'm going. You already know my focus is going to turn to Boise. We're going to be focusing on that, and we'll get back to the motion to continue some other time. We'll hunt it down. We'll go ahead and watch that some other time. But it's going to be right around the corner. And that's going to be another big one. Law enforcement corruption, guys. Heard about it. Heard about it in Karen Reed, important issue. Heard about it in Richard Allen. Gonna hear about it in Kohberger. Don't know what, if anything, will come out at trial about that type of thing, but already know there's been some shady business, with the IGG searching and the flexible rules and the who's willing to violate the gag order and the who is potentially making up location data that doesn't exist, isn't real kind of stuff. Don't know how much we're going to hear about that. We've just got little bits and pieces from the pretrial hearings, but at some point it would be nice to say, you know, we're going to watch a clean trial with no issues of no issues of misconduct, no issues of unfairness. It's going to be well run. They're going to be professional on all sides. And guess what? It would probably end up being a boring trial, because all we would do is vet the facts and the evidence against the law. Oh, it sounds like kind of a relief at this point. But whenever that day comes, it is not coming over in Boise. I have a feeling that, unfortunately, that trend is going to continue, just based on what we already know from the pretrial process about some of the investigation. But everybody wants to know, right? I think there's a lot of confidence so far. It's fine. They got the right guy. No worries. And unfortunately, there's a tendency to maybe be a little more flexible with the rules and the requirements when you're like, well, but it's the right guy, so who cares? Well, number one, kind of putting the cart before the horse there, because you need things to be done right to have the confidence that it's the right guy. You don't decide who your guy is and then go into your investigation. But also it's because you have to maintain the standard. If you're willing to jettison the standard because you just really want to get at this person, well, then the next person you really want to get at, you'll jettison the standard for them too, and they may or may not be guilty. So it's just one of those situations, even if he did do it, and I'm not convinced at that at this point, but we got to see how things flesh out at trial. It's just a very weak circumstantial case. But even if he did do it, you got to run a clean process. And that just does not seem to have been the priority in many respects so far with the investigation. So Bird wants to know who's watching Proctor on 2020 tonight. What? I don't know. I'm letting somebody else watch it. I'm probably Turtle Boy will watch it. Other people will watch it. I'll get the recaps. I don't need to see that myself. Imagine who's grifting now, ABC. There is no R in law. We never have to hear LAR again. I'm familiar with the LAR, Mr. Jackson. I never want to hear that again. Patricia Arquette in Severance to play Auntie Bev. Really good. Glad this is over. Patricia Arquette could be good. She could be good. Yeah, it is good to be over. It is good. It's a relief. It's a relief, you know. We get to credit this one on the wins column. And then we'll see what we get next. We'll see what we get next time. Dog bite, big win for Trooper Paul today. It really is true, isn't it? They gave Trooper Paul more credit than they gave Judd Welcher. Not a bad point. Granny Go-Go's coming in with a late super sticker right at the close. You slid it in under the line, Granny. Guys, we're going to have to say goodbye. We're going to have to say goodbye. It's over. Karen Reed is over. She's free. There's nothing more for us to do here. That said, yeah, we'll pay attention. We'll pay attention to the fallout, the follow-up. We certainly got, if nothing else, a Matthew Farwell case down the road. Be able to pay attention to. But I'm intrigued to see if this energy continues, if we do actually get pressure for some kind of meaningful change over here in Norfolk County. See if we ever get any kind of statement from the prosecutor who decided to spend millions on this undertaking. Any sense that maybe you should explain that to the people that you represent? We'll see. We'll see how pressing that urge is. And that's going to tell us a lot, isn't it? I think that will tell us a lot about, do you actually respect the jury and the process? Do you actually respect it? Or if they don't give you the answer that you want, it's just beneath your notice. It's going to say a lot. So guys, it's maybe more of a so long and not a goodbye. Because of course I will be back. But it's always tough. Come to the end of the trial and we put so much into it. But guys, it's over now and it really is time to celebrate. So whatever it is that you do, if you crack the champagne, if you drink a beer, if you go outside and do some cartwheels, if you put on your favorite pink shirt, if you yell and scream and sing at the top of your lungs, do what you need to do to celebrate right now. Because it is, we're all having a big kind of massive release of energy. All this tension, all this anticipation, all this worry, this concern, this anxiety. A lot of it built up over the last 8 weeks, and we're now getting to let it all go. So why not make it spectacular? Why not make it a thing to behold? So guys, it's been a wonderful time. It is. It's been great. It's wonderful. It's so refreshing to get to see it go right. See it go right. No real qualifications. I'm not going to quibble with the OUI. She said so herself. I'm not going to quibble with that. Yeah, a little closer with Depp v. Heard, but we had that counterclaim verdict. It kind of tainted that one and the appeal and everything. Somehow they managed to undo or just not hold the victory from Depp v. Heard, but I don't think that's going to happen here. This was about as clear a there was no collision verdict as I think you're going to get. So guys, may you never be put in a position of having to prove that you did not hit somebody with your car in Norfolk, Massachusetts. I think that is it's a good outcome for all of us to aspire to. If our life choices can take us in a different direction, well, then let us pray for wisdom and guidance to avoid that eventuality. So with that, guys, I'm going to say see you later. We'll be back for Kohberger. Get the notifications on if you're interested in that. Got nothing to announce right now other than at some point I'll be back. July 30th for certain. I'll be getting started with jury selection, so I will be again for certain unless Judge Hippler does something extremely unforeseeable and continues the trial. But otherwise we'll be prepared to go forward with that. In the meantime, if interesting follow-ups happen with Karen Reed, maybe we'll pop on to take a look. But otherwise, guys, it's over. Just the celebration is left. So guys, get your photos, get ready to go to Disneyland for the parade. Everybody has earned it. This has been a test of endurance, and I really do hope everybody is getting the celebration that they deserve today. So thank you all for being here. Really, really pleased to have so many of you join me here for the verdict. It's been a great time, and we'll do it again. So until then, guys, take care of yourselves. Keep caring about the criminal justice system, and keep paying attention, because this is just one case. There's a lot more out there, a lot more that we can focus on. So look out for yourselves, be well, celebrate, have a wonderful afternoon, and guys, I'll see you next time.